shackles on me. Don't want no shackles. Don't want no shackles on me. I sit down with Big Brother. Don't like those RFIDs. Got the blues about my freedom. Got the blues about tyranny. I got the blues about my freedom. Got the blues about tyranny. I sat down with Big Brother and the national ID. Don't want a chip in my wallet, chip in my car. And if I want to travel, it's nobody's business how far. Don't want no shackles. Don't want no shackles on me. I said shame on Big Brother, always tracking and tracing me. Don't want a chip in my mother, chip in my wife, a chip in my babies. Stay out of our life. Don't want no shackles. Don't want no shackles on me. I sat down with Big Brother. No more slavery. Play it for me, baby.
This country starts early. It works hard. It stays focused. It keeps moving. It stands ready. And it carries the weight. Strong coffee for a strong nation.
This is all you ever hear about in this country is our differences. It's all they ever talk about. Politicians and the media always pushing the things that separate us, things that make us different. That's the way the ruling class operates in any society. They divide the rest of the people. They keep the lower and the middle classes fighting with each other so that they, the rich, can run off with all the fucking money. Fairly simple thing. Fairly simple thing. Happens to work. Anything that's different about us, you know that's what they're pushing at you. Racial differences, religious, ethnic, national backgrounds, jobs, income, education, social status, sexuality, anything they can do to keep us fighting with each other so that they can keep going to the bank.
It's a big club, and you ain't in it. You and I are not in the big club. Why do you think
politics feels more like a team sport than democracy?
Because that's exactly what it became. George Washington warned people about this a long time ago. He called it the spirit of party, and he said once political parties took hold, they'd start serving themselves instead of the public. And that's exactly what happened. Loyalty goes to the machine, not the country. They protect the brand, protect the tribe, protect the donors, protect the power, and the public gets whatever's left after the fundraising and the damage control. That's the bargain now. You cheer for your colors, they keep the scoreboard lit, and everybody acts like the game's what matters. Washington understood that once parties get strong enough, they stop asking what's good for the people and start asking what's good for the party. And once that happens, democracy turns into maintenance. Maintain the power, maintain the loyalty, maintain the illusion.
Keep it home, baby.
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
Welcome, everybody, to the 100th episode of Talking with Conspiracy. Who would have thunk it we got this far? The chat is amazing already. There's lots of people to chat. And we got James in here, sitting in here. We got lots of people going to come in and out tonight. I hope y'all enjoy this fun show we have planned. I don't like calling it planned. We'll see how it goes. How are you doing tonight, James?
I'm okay. Glad to be here, and congratulations.
Appreciate it. Yeah, it's like I say, I had never think it'd turn around and continue on almost 2 years of doing this. Who would thunk it? But let me see if we can let me shout out some of the chat. I know some of the chat is going to pop in with us in a little bit, and should be fun. We got on the Rumble. We got Sweets. We got Herschel. We got Mike. Algorithm. Speaking of guests, here's number one. Well, James is number one. We got number two. We got Indy. But there she unmutes. There we go.
I'll
What's
be
up,
number
Indy?
two. Hi, Ricky.
How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Glad you're able to make it on and pop in. And
Yeah. Thanks for having me, and thanks for the invite.
yeah, no problem. Like I said, I was talking with Mike last night when you heard, I think, and you heard. It's just a lot of the people that's helped um, support me and for his goals and dreams and stuff we're working on, and it's just I want to try to get as many on here as I could, and like I said, we got much more coming on, and like a bunch of people and hopefully like my another side, like back side of my goal is just to have people on here that that don't know each other, and it's like, hey, there's
Right.
brand new people to grow this family or this misfit family or whatever. Dysfunctional family is my favorite way of saying it.
I always say we're stronger together, and you've shown that through supporting so many channels and networking, and I've been glad to be a part of it a little bit, and been getting to know you better and your community better too. It's great.
Absolutely, yeah. It's pretty amazing, and then seeing and trying. That's the hard part is trying to figure out. All right, how did I find? Where did I beat you at? When originally, where's the original
Right.
person right there? And it's
Yep.
like, where's the original crossing? Whatever. I know, like with me and James, we know it's like, troubled minds. There's lots of the people. I know it's like some in the chat, but now like there's so many. Like in the chat right now, we got a lot of people I've met through Escape Assimilation, Jess's show. We got Dave's Waffle House in there, and then of course Algorithm's show, and then there's so many. It's amazing, and being able to connect. Hey, Carl, Indy's in guest mode. Yeah, yeah. Sweets will take care of links tonight, probably more.
Tweets is amazing. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
He's always on it.
yeah. Blake, I met you when he married my daughter. You're right. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, it's just been fun. It's been a fun learning journey and just trying to figure out how to do this stuff. And but like I know for me, I've taught myself how to do all this crazy stuff. Some of it, and some of I ask questions like, "Hey, help me." Or,
How long have you been streaming now, Ricky?
2 years now, I guess, almost 2 years.
All right.
For live stream, I was started doing like pre-recorded stuff over 3 years ago now. I was just talking to myself, to be honest, when I first started doing it. It was just because I didn't tell nobody. I just recorded stuff and I put it out on Spotify, and I didn't tell a soul. And because I was using back when they got it called as creators by Spotify now, but it was Anchor, and I was using it so it could go out to different platforms. But I didn't tell nobody. And then finally, I started spreading my wings and my arms out, I guess, a little bit, and then like I said, I met the Troubled Minds group, and I don't even remember how I met the Troubled Minds group, but and then then it kind of expanded from there, and it's been fun for sure.
Well, I think I first met you through Algo's channel, and then Troubled Minds and Salcedo and so many others too. It's been great. And I'm just still getting to barely touch on some of your guys' channels and still figuring them out. It's great. I love it.
There's so many, and then like if he pops in a little bit, or we'll probably get rated by him maybe in a little bit. I don't know, but like the group with Yankee Free and all them guys and gals and stuff. They all got like multiple channels. And they're all on it. They're on pure Rumble mode though.
Yeah, great. I'm working my way over to Rumble more and more.
Yeah, which Rumble is, is pretty nice. You can actually um, you can actually make $1 too. Once you get above 100, subscribers, you got to hustle a little bit if you don't stream enough, because it's like you got to jump through all the little hoops and stuff. I don't know if you looked into that yet or not, but it's you got you got to do you got to raid 5 times. You got to do premium content. Oh, somebody is here. There it is. It's Ashley. What's up, Ashley?
Hey, Ricky, how are you?
Good, good. How are you doing?
Doing good. Is my sound okay?
Sounds great to me.
Excellent. Congratulations on 100 episodes, Ricky.
Appreciate it. I appreciate you being here and joining Indy and James and it's gonna be. I figured it's gonna be a fun one. I didn't know how this is gonna turn out. I saved some videos and stuff just in case, but I was like, I don't think I'll probably be able to show any videos except for the cat videos at the end. We gotta do the feel good videos at the end, no matter what. But I probably won't even have to show none of this stuff.
Yeah, I usually I don't make it quite that long because you go long. You go really long, so usually I'm already in bed by the time the cat videos happen. But sometimes I am here for that.
I understand. Yeah. I don't know. We sometimes we talk like the first Beyond the Possible with James. We went 5.5 hours, James.
Yeah.
And then
Then
I'm
we
trying to take
decided
after Indy though. Indy likes some 6-hour shows, so I'm just trying to be like Indy.
That's mostly out of convenience with my schedule. But yes. And then we do back pages, and those go even longer.
Yeah, I didn't. How Saturday Anarchy? I forget what it was. Sweets will fix it. Tell me what I'm telling wrong. But I did that like Saturday, and next thing I know, I'm there like 5. I'm over there over 5 hours. Like holy hell, like yeah, I do have to get up in the morning.
Oh yeah, Saturday Night Anarchy.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do some marathons for sure.
Yeah, there was a couple of people. It was wild. They were wide open, and but yeah, it was pretty cool. Since it's the first time up there, and it was cool to be on the same panel with some of the people I've seen on other shows and stuff that I had just been in the chat. So it was pretty fun to be able to let in. And
am I here?
You are here. What's up, Jess?
Are we hiding? Are we all hiding tonight?
I think so. I'm the only one out. People will freak out like, why is it only Ricky?
Like I'm scared to go on camera now, Ricky.
Oh, you can come join me on the camera side. Like,
here, let me turn on. I was watching on YouTube too, so it was doing the double thing. How are you? Should I pause? I don't know. I'm like, I haven't been on camera in God knows how long.
Oh, you'll be fine. You'll be fine.
I'm nervous.
I'm trying to get Jess to get back doing shows, y'all. So y'all.
I feel like that. I can sense that somehow.
I did not get on camera because it's like a whole thing. It's like a whole rigmarole of trying to do hair, makeup, blah, blah, blah. And I just couldn't do it.
It's all right. Let's go natural.
Since you guys haven't seen me in, God, I don't know, a year? Has it been a year? Anybody? Somebody might know. Oh, I should open the chat before I come on, just so I can see.
Now on the Riverside, the chat, you can see it, but you won't be able to.
Oh, is it here?
If you hit the chat on Riverside,
public chat.
Yeah.
But I can't say anything.
Yeah, if you say anything, it won't go out. So you have to actually tap chat in YouTube. And
I see people. Oh my gosh! Hold on, let me open. Oh, I have to.
Yeah, you got.
I know. It's like I see a lot of my people out there. It's like touching my heart.
They are. Yeah, they come out for you. Maybe a little bit me, but they come out for you.
I mean, mostly Ricky. I mean, I'm just here to support. Chris Jones says about a year. Okay, let me pop in, guys, and I'll stop talking. Apparently, I'm going in a full podcast here. All right, here we go. Ready? I'm scared. I see my face. Okay.
Don't be scared.
Okay. Hold on. I put stuff in my background, so hopefully it looks cool. Not as cool as Ricky, though. I don't have masks.
No. I'm up to 23 now. I'm up to
You do have a
23.
cute background, Ricky.
Okay.
Always
Yeah,
fun to look at.
yeah. It's always the conversation starter. That's the cool thing about I like because everybody's always like, "What in the world?" And some people think they're skateboarders, so it's kind of funny.
The middle ones kind of look like skateboards. Okay, I'm gonna open it. Ah! Let me make sure my light's good. I'm all like, oh no! And then somebody sent me a message right now. Who is it? Who is it? Is it us? Is it our people?
I don't know.
Ah! Oh wow! Somebody just sent me a message said they're watching me. How creepy! I'm just kidding. It's one of our people. Hi guys, how are you watching me if you can't see me until now?
There we go. Now we're better
Yeah,
now. So it's
we're
two
better.
out of 5.
Yep. Let me
We
sit
got
back
cameras
and
on.
relax. I got my coffee. Yeah.
There we go.
Trying to be like Ricky. I need more stuff.
You moved away from your closet. You had your.
I did. I
Or,
rotated the room around, and I have more room now. And it kind of keeps the dogs on the peripheral instead of behind me, which feels a lot safer when I back the chair up.
there you go.
Mm. So, well, hello
Nice.
everybody.
Yeah, this is honestly this is gonna be fun. I thought about like I said, be able to connect people, and I know, but for you, I know a lot of the because you've been MIA for a little bit,
A
so
little bit now.
so
I
some of
can't
the people
even
had to get
remember.
to see you or and or meet you. So I was like, that'd be cool, be able to do that connection.
Yeah, Jess, I don't think I've met you before. Nice to
Hi.
meet you. And
Nice to meet you.
are you on Rumble and on YouTube or just on Rumble or
Just on YouTube, and I
on
think you can
YouTube?
find me on Spotify as well as Apple Podcast.
Okay, great. I'll check out your channel.
Thank you. Do you have a
Yeah.
show as well?
Yeah, I'm on YouTube and on Rumble. On YouTube, my name Indy that people mostly call me is from Independent Many United.
Oh,
And
okay.
yeah, and then I'm Crimson Veritas on Rumble just to make it even more confusing.
Awesome. I'll check you out.
Awesome. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, Monday, Jess, she does. Indy does a music and a talk. So half of it's like music, half of it's talking and having conversations. So people
That's a
come
lot
in
of
and
fun.
sing, or they'll do karaoke or play their
Aw.
music or whatever, play songs or
A lot
whatever.
of
It's pretty fun.
independent artists. And yeah, and like I said, it's mostly my schedule. So it's the night my husband has off, and so I can be kidless for the night, and I do kind of two shows in one.
Oh, just drop Jess.
Oh, wrong button, maybe.
No, it stopped for whatever reason. It stopped recording.
Yeah, and then when I refreshed, it booted me. Weird.
Yeah, it's Riverside. There's sometimes funny on that.
This is the first time I've used this program. Yeah, let me know if my sound is okay, but I don't
Yep.
know if I can do anything about it if it's not.
It's good. Yeah, you can adjust it a little bit. Like, it's not a lot on the adjustment. It's not like StreamYard.
No, right?
There's certain things you can do like this, like Riverside. You can do like cool things like it'll make like you can stream on a bunch of platforms at one time without the
That's
extra.
nice.
And then you can do like it'll make your own shorts for you. It'll make some magic clips. And so as soon as we get done, yeah, as soon as this show's done, it'll turn around and do it on its own. And we lost Ashley. But
maybe same thing. She refreshed and it might have kicked her.
yeah. Like sometimes it likes a lot of internet though. It does do that. I know I've had like Jason Barker of Nights of Storm come on, and if he's down in his shop or whatever, it just crashes and not very happy.
That sucks. Yeah, I don't have a lot. This is my first time in Riverside. I know you've used it for a little while.
Yeah, that's when I started. Oh, Ashley said her cat walked on her keyboard and lost all sound. Nice.
Well, I mean,
it happens.
it happens.
But yeah, I figured, like I said, this would be fun and get to connect people and then we got all the crazy stuff going on in the world with the aliens and stuff.
Right.
So, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What's been your favorite part? What's been your favorite part about streaming so far?
Um, just the connection and meeting the people and stuff, and really the people, because it's been pretty cool. It's like it's funny, like being able. I guess not really funny, but it is kind of, you know, having so many people like help support you, you know, your dream or
Mm-hmm.
whatever, doing stuff like that, you know, and share your channel, shout out your channel or whatever, and or what you're doing, and then like so many people I've never met in person other than like right here, you know, just talking or, you know, it's pretty neat, you know. I know people that I've known for a long, long time. They won't just kind of look at me sideways when, oh, you do that, okay, whatever, you know. But you know,
I
it's
got a
cool.
little bit of a premiere of this over, I think, at Algo's, but what first inspired you to start streaming? What got you started?
Um, like I just wanted people were just kind of. I've had people talk to me before about doing something kind of like this before for a long, long time. Like you, and like I should be able to do this really well or something. And I'm like, whatever. And then once I started getting around the Troubled Minds group, and then like I met um, with Jess and all, and there was all the rest of the groups who were right there. I forget, I can't think of the other channels. Like you know, um, then it's like, well, maybe I can do this, and then you know people just turn around and they're like, hey, you should go live. I'm like, okay, I'll try this live stuff. I mean, and because at first I was just doing audio, and I figured that out, and then Anchor was like, well, if you want to do video, you can use Riverside. So that's the reason I'm even on Riverside because that's what it recommended, and so I just never left. And then I started to do because Mike Strange streams on 15 platforms. I was like, well, hell, I got to stream on 15 platforms. I got to be like Mike Strange. and so I did that. So this platform lets me do that a little easier and, you know, everything. So
Great.
I just, you know, that's the connection and learning and,
Mm-hmm.
but, uh, but I do have a question. What do y'all, Indy or Jess or James or Ashley, any one of y'all speak up? What do y'all think about the alien all of a sudden disclosure, the dropping the files, which is not very much, but what do y'all think?
I've talked a lot about this before, so I kind of don't mind if you all want to go. I've kind of talked about my shows a lot, but I guess I could say just real quick. I think it's they're only doing this to get more money and or power. They're not really,
It's a
you
safe
know,
bet. That's what they
yeah. I
usually do things
don't
for.
that. And to me, disclosure happens individually when you have experiences, and so it may never come in the way that you know uh, the government and or big organizations or big personalities maybe want it to happen. Just my opinion. I could be wrong, but that's how it seems like to me.
Yeah, I think it's probably Bluebeam that they're trying to have kind of incoming soon. I think it's on the way and they're preparing us for it, or hopefully not us, but people who are less aware and not paying as close of attention. Um, I think that aliens are fallen angels and or demons or maybe interdimensional beings, but not what we typically think of or normies typically think of as aliens per se. So I think it's a big part of the manipulation in general. And like Sal or James said, I think it's basically, always for control. It seems to be fitting for this as well.
Go ahead, Jess.
So my primary focus for a lot of years was UFOs, and part of the reason I kind of stepped back was that there was nothing new to talk about, right? And I think I said this like several times, and people who've listened know, I felt like there's nothing new to add to the conversation. And what was interesting, I think, we talk about it on this like micro level versus like the macro level, is it brought a lot of UFO podcasters that were kind of out of the game, kind of brought us back in. So on that like micro level, that's neat, right? But on the big level, like Chris Jones is saying, he said it's a distraction. And, you know, we're echoing what a lot of other folks have said already. Yes, it is a distraction. There's a lot of distractions going on. But what Chris Jones also says is that it's a good distraction, especially if you're a big UFO nerd, right? And you just want to, like, for me, my biggest thing with UFO research was going into the old stuff, looking at the old documents, looking at old footage. To me, that as a UFO nerd is the funnest stuff to look at. Like I went through the early days, and it was talking about like first conferences and all the information they pulled from different news outlets and, you know, reports and all these different things. And it's kind of hilarious to see that even back then they were having conferences trying to prove like telepathy, right? Or psi abilities. And if we look today at something like Contact in the Desert, last year they were trying to show telepathy. They were trying to show psi, you know, psi abilities. So basically, I guess in a roundabout way, looking at the dark, it's like it's all the same stuff. You know what I mean? Just a different century. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah, it does. And I mean, and it is nice to see, you know, and kind of reaffirms like a lot of people, you know, have been talked down to for years and years and years. Like, oh, you're crazy, you're insane, you're this, you're that. And, you know, especially ones that have been in the field like you have been for so many years, you know, and now that, you know, now it's on Fox News about 4 different types of aliens, and you have this going on, and it's kind of nice to see that side of things. But um, I'm with Indy on the blue beam possible. Just
Possible.
you know, they're using this. Why now? You know, why on the 250th year of, you know, United States? Why? Like, is it all coincidence, or is it all coming together? You know, in this little neat little package that, you know, to unleash something that, you know, it's not even what they say they are. You know, I don't know. I question everything, but it is neat to see. It is neat to see and to see so much stuff, and, you know, some of the people, you know, get to kind of say, "Hey, look, I've been right." You know,
Yeah, right. Like
like
I
like
knew there were
Giorgio. Where's
aliens.
Giorgio? Where's Giorgio at right
Where's
now? He's jumping
Giorgio
up
has
and
not made
down.
a
Like,
comment. I want to share a little anecdote if I could.
yeah,
So, you know, again, I've been out of the game, just kind of been talking to people every so often, like Ricky will reach out, you know, and I talk to some other folks. But I've been totally out of the game. But I took a Uber probably 2 weeks ago, right like the day before they did the drop, right? And I don't know if the Uber driver looked up my name or something. I get in the cab, he's like, how's your, or whatever, the car, he's like, how's your day going? I was like, great, you know, whatever. And then he's like, can I ask you a question? And I was like, yeah, sure. How do you think humanity will change once, you know, once disclosure happens? And I was like, is this a freaking joke? Is this a joke right now? And I said, do you know, I mean, he's like, I don't know who you are. I was like, that is so weird that that happened. And so I went full straight conspiracy on him. I started talking about the Epstein files. I started saying all this distraction stuff. They could be demons, they're interdimensional beings. And the guy starts freaking out. And I was like, oh, reel it back a little, Jess. He's like, I like people. He's like, I meditate a lot and I like Greer. And I was like, oh, I see where you are. Okay. He's like, do
there's
you mean they're
levels.
demons? And I was like, you know, let's make this nicer. God, it was hilarious.
Well, James and myself, we've always been saying for a while now on the Sunday show, um, about, you know, like, E is all above. You know, it could it be demons? Could it be this? Could it, you know, angels? You know, could it actually be extraterrestrials? Could it be all these kind of things? could be the mole people. It could be, I say, it's E all the above. It could be some. I think it's not. Can't be all. It don't have to be that
Time.
one spot. You don't have to take that one box. You know, it don't have to be. But
Right.
Ricky, could I chime in here?
of course,
Okay, so I definitely have not been as into the paranormal and into like the UFO scene as a lot of y'all. Not that I'm not interested in it, it just hasn't been like my wheelhouse, and it wasn't my, I kind of just had this opinion of like, yeah, there's probably aliens out there, I don't know. And it just wasn't my area, right? But then recently, of course, it's coming to my radar more. And one of my friends has been it was my friend Sean who was on my show last week that we're getting ready to do the Fool Me Twice podcast. But he has been in the UFO space for a very long time. And he actually ran Fringe, New Jersey, where they had meetings about a lot of the stuff, and they had some important figures in the field would come and attend the meetings, or they would do presentations or whatever. But there's also okay, I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of my skis here. So when we were talking about what is coming up as disclosure, one of the things that came up is the fact that Steven Spielberg has his movie coming this summer. And then another one of my friends, Billy Ray Valentine, was walking around Times Square, and they had these giant billboards for Steven Spielberg's movie that is coming out, or his documentary, or whatever it is. So I think a piece of it could also be advertising for that, trying to drum up support and interest for that kind of thing, which, I think gives a little more credence to like this Truman Show element that we talk about sometimes. And then the other quick thing that I wanted to add is that there's a channel that I really love. It's called Interesting Books Reviewed over on YouTube. And he talks a ton about this. And so as far as like, what is the point? And this is not an original idea by me, but this is from his analysis that he finds it interesting, specifically in the cattle mutilation area or field of like UFO connections, that the authors who were putting stuff out about connecting cattle mutilation to UFOs and like the unknown, that they had no problems doing that. Like that information was widely disseminated. It was allowed to be discussed. But then when there were other people that began researching that phenomena, and they were connecting it to military research, my labs, biological experiments, things like that, those are the authors that ended up getting shut down. Now, I know that's just a specific example here, but I find it interesting in the whole space of UFOs, particularly when we now have the government talking about it, and some of what I consider Mockingbird 2.0 to be very much in that space, kind of pushing that narrative as well. And not that I have any definitive like idea about exactly where this is headed. Of course, I do think that Blue Beam is something that we're all keeping in mind, if that's it, or the distraction element, or like what you were saying, Ricky, that it could be all of the above, literally. Like there's so much that's going on, and we're in information warfare right now. So I think it's really hard. And we know the history of propaganda and social and cultural manipulation in the society. So I think it's just so hard to really know. And that's why more and more on current events these days, I'm kind of just, of course, I'm thinking about it and will offer my insight if requested. But a lot of times I'm like, I'm just going to have to sit back and see what happens, because who knows? It's such a weird time to be a human on this planet.
Hey, we definitely don't live in boring times, that's for sure.
Yeah, we don't.
no, not at all, not at all. Let me we've been rated 3 raids at one time, so I got some for y'all's. I just made this like 5 seconds before the show started, but here you go. There we go. I made that 5 seconds before we started the show. But appreciate y'all, Republic, Beyond the Noise, and Yankee Free, and all y'all's group popping in here. Welcome to the 100th show, and And this is just the beginning of the guests, and more people are gonna pop in. Some people are hanging out in the chat first before they pop in. So, but yeah, for sure, I thought about blue beans so many times, like before, like even like with like 9/11, and you look at like when they first come out, and one of the theories was, holograms, like the jets was hologram, So I'm like, we don't, and I'm thinking we don't have that technology. That's impossible. That's absolutely impossible. Now we have videos. I think there's one saved in my on my in my folders right now. Is they got is in the Coliseum in this place, and they got whales swimming through the sky right there, and it looks like whales. I mean, you have the technologies to kind of to mess with people, and they've really, as a people have really leaned into idiocracy absolute of being a documentary, because we've been dumbed down. You see all these, the numbers for these kids, like it's horrendous. Like 60% can't even read or something like that coming out of high school. Like they're graduating, and none of them can, only like 40% maybe can read, at a competent level. It's like, so there's a push for a dumbing down, and that way it'd be easier if everybody's got a little more, not as smart. They overlook some of these little fine details of when they, well, I seen it with my own two eyes. Yeah, though we had a Spider-Man movie, it showed the same thing, that it kind of messed with people.
Well, like you said, Ricky, their technology that they have is, I've heard, 30 to 50 years ahead of what they show us. So I think they've purposely waited until this time when there's so many truths that are coming out to introduce the AI, and really promote it, so that it is more difficult for people to know what is true and what isn't. And then, Ashley, what you were sharing made me think of Wag the Dog, the movie where they basically are trying to control the narrative at all times.
Yes, that old shoe.
Right, right.
It's
And I mean, I
absolutely
think we all
hilarious, but yes, spot
see
on.
that. Go ahead, Ashley. Sorry.
I was just agreeing with you that it's in a very humorous manner is how it's presented. But of course, I'm always wondering with what we're seeing, what is actually Wag the Dog or
Right.
Truman Show or whatever. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think, and then if we look at the quote that everybody in this space knows, forget who even said it from the CIA, but that their disinformation campaign will be complete when everything that the American public believes is wrong or false or whatever.
Right.
And I think we're really close to that because we don't know anymore. We do not know.
Right. Agreed.
Yeah,
But
and
that's why it's so great that so many of us get together and have these conversations, to try to put the pieces together and form the bigger picture. It's
for
awesome.
sure, I mean, we need to be able to communicate and have conversation. I think that's one of the things that truly in my mind is, that's why they're trying to push people, and the part, and not have conversations, not communicate, and we won't. I won't get nobody in trouble tonight, but there's certain groups of people who are saying, they need to deal with social media, and because it's it's so powerful, and people are talking, and so it's one of them things that we need to be able to communicate. We need to be able to talk to each other and have these conversations and have the hard conversations, and we don't have to agree with everybody. And I think that's one of the things that a lot of people miss is like, I gotta, they think they got to be able to agree with every 100% of everybody says something, and I've been asked about, well, you follow this person here, so that means you like this stuff and this. I'm like, no, I only agree with. I'll answer the question. I was like, I like his stuff right here, or her stuff right here. This section here, I agree with him here, or her here. This other side, and I don't. But I'm gonna follow it so I can see the content I want to see, and see what kind of adding to that narrative. And I seen real quick before I lose my thought. Matt Sal said the price of everything going up except TVs, and I've seen that videos, a bunch of that, and people send me that too. And it's amazing. I watched one last night, or well, probably at 2 o'clock this morning, but talking about, you know, the only thing that's not going up is TVs because they are. If you have a smart TV, they are selling everything on there, all the ads. You can come up and watch anything, and it's, if it's Amazon TV, they're really trying to sell you every damn thing under the sun. And so that's why they can do that. They're selling your data, they're selling all this stuff, they're pushing that, and just keep feeding you the crap, so you don't pay attention to what's really going on.
But on a subscription, so you don't own anything, right?
Yeah, that's crazy. You see them guy, so you see them people over there, and in the Who and stuff, and like, yeah, well, you should not want to own your own refrigerator or own your own car or you own your own home. You should rent everything, and that way you don't want that responsibility. I want to own everything. I own everything I have. I'm even as soon as my vehicle gets up to that 25 year, I'm throwing antique tags. So I don't even have to buy tags anymore for that darn thing. As much as I can. It is, absolutely mine. You know, at the end of the day, So, and it's another thing. That's another reason they like pushing. I think streaming for everything for our media and stuff. So that way they have control of that. And that's what I know. I've talked about it on others, panels and on here a bunch of times. Is like, we need to make sure, hey, streaming. I stream a lot of stuff. I watch a lot of stuff streaming, but we do need to have physical media still, because they. I watch so many shows where they turn around and modify the show just for nothing. There's no reason for it. What if they have a reason? And they unless they get a backlash for it, something like that. People paying attention, but we need to have media for movies, and need to have DVDs, and they have books, for sure. Books, that's one of my like new things I've been doing. I go to like thrift stores and stuff, and I go to the book section, look around, see some cool books or something like that, and, like bring home, and like I got a haunted Ireland book over here with some bunch of ghost stories from Ireland. So, just finding books that so you can keep the information from just disappearing.
Yeah, and if I could just chime in real quick on that, Ricky,
Mm-hmm.
there has been some kerfuffle over people that are having, getting ebooks from like digital books that they have on their Kindle because of Kindle changing regulations, and something major happened, I think within the last, let's say 2 years, that made it where you don't actually own the book. Like you can't download it somewhere else or something like that. And then of course there's the risk of them straight up changing the text, and they already do that, right? So like, for example, if you wanted to buy a copy of Behold a Pale Horse by Bill Cooper, then there's a good chance that chapter 15 is not going to be there. Like you specifically are going to have to try to find, and that's the Protocols of the Elders of Zion that they removed from that. And then there's another book that Dean Koontz wrote, and so this is fiction, and this is just 2 different editions, not even digital, but it just speaks to how easy that manipulation is, and like what they're talking about in the chat, the 1984 serving as a warning for us that they actually talk about a virus that was created in a lab in the first edition of that book, and I believe it's called Dark Eyes or something. It was the Gorka virus or something like that, but it was made by Russia. But then in the following edition, it was a Chinese virus coming from the Wuhan lab. So that's real-time editions for actual physical media, but never mind the potential for extreme manipulation for digital media. And then, of course, the power that they have through algorithmic control and algorithmic manipulation. And Elon Musk said this himself whenever he took over Twitter, freedom of speech, but not freedom of reach. And then I've seen that same sentiment echoed even in like an Apple TV show called Mythic Quest. There were these anti-Semitic people in their game, and that's what they did. They set up a tunnel for them, basically, so they would not have any other interaction with other people playing that game. So
I'm not a gamer, but I've been hearing that games are a really good place for getting out information and haven't been as censored in the past. But it makes sense that they figured that out and are trying to censor them more. So that's interesting to hear.
There's an entire server, there's an entire world map, basically, and I forget now when this happened or where this happened, how it worked and everything, but there's this entire library that was made in Minecraft that has books in it. They're digital books, but what they are is links to basically news outlets around the world in regions where you're not supposed to be able to read the particular news articles. Basically, it's a library for censored material that is not available in that area. But if you go through this library on Minecraft, you can still get to those documents, and they have like rooms for each part of the world that does this, that censors their materials.
And see, people being like innovative like that, and I say vigilante justice is still justice. That kind of fits in that realm. But those are the things that give me hope. Because we're gonna find ways to beat them at their own games. That's my hope.
Yeah, you gotta keep hoping. I say that all the time. I joke with people talking about like I'm borderline black pilled or whatever, but I was like, I'm still gonna have hope. It's just that you can't get to the point where
Right.
you're so absolutely pessimistic. That you're just gonna what are you gonna do? Just hide in a little shadow and jump in a closet, cover your head with the blanket, and you know I can't deal. Some people can't. And not to knock on anybody that can. Somebody have troubles with it, but truly we have to be. We have to have some hope that there's still a lot of good people. A lot of people are communicating. A lot of people are getting this message out. And I mean, and for sure, it's and like I've talked about. I know I've talked about on my show before. Like, it's like I know there's the butterfly effect. Where like Billy Graham. I always you think about Billy Graham. He turned around and there was a preacher preached to Billy Graham and he's preached to millions. So now that's what I think about. I was like, hey, maybe I inspire somebody if I'm doing this, and I inspire somebody, and they turn around and go and absolutely kill it. That'd be awesome. I don't even have to know it. It don't matter. It does not matter to me. I mean, it's like I said, I enjoy doing this no matter what. But so you can't. I don't want people to get in doubt. Like, man, I'm just one person. Yeah, one person can change a lot of things, and we've seen that throughout history. One person absolutely can make a difference.
Yeah, I was also wanting to mention earlier too, this year that Spielberg movie is not the only sort of big or well-known release coming out on this whole topic of the alien disclosure thing. There's two documentaries, I think they're both out now, on this topic. One came out, I think, earlier this year. I think it's called Age of Disclosure. They did a huge ad campaign on X Twitter, and another one. And again, these are figures that depending on who you talk to, they're great. They're not, whatever. It doesn't matter. But there's this new documentary. I think it just came out like a week ago, called Sleeping Dog. I think it is, from Jeremy Corbell. And then you have again the Spielberg movie, which is not a documentary, but I've heard so much talk about how Spielberg has been saying, and people around the movie have been saying that this is kind of based on what Spielberg thinks is really going on. But it's supposed to be a fictional movie, but again, you have these rumors going around or this talk going around about it being maybe not so fictional.
But we also have to remember that the CIA has worked closely with Hollywood and is
Right.
often pushing their narrative. So even something that
Yep.
he might believe is true might be information fed to him
Yes.
intentionally, you know?
And I think that happens with so many people, uh,
Hmm.
famous or not famous, within the UFO sphere. And so it's not that whenever I talk about how I'm kind of really overall done with all that, it's nothing against anyone personally, because who knows who has been contacting them that has been giving them, disinformation, or only partial information, or whatever, any level of not the entire reality of things. So it's that's why all this is so tricky in that way, to me anyway.
Hmm. What do you think, Jess? I know you've been quiet for a second. You got anything to add? You're on mute. You're muted, Jess. Oh no. Let's see if I'm mute. There you
No,
go.
I was just gonna say, I mean, the UFO documentary thing, man. I mean, I've been in the community for a while and studying it for a while. There's UFO documentaries every year, and they drop them about this time of year, right before contact, so that they can go out and market them. It's every year, you know, and think about it like that. It's like summer. Once May, June hits, like the movie season, it's UFO time. It's when the conferences are. Generally, Rogan will have some big UFO guest on around that time, just about. Sometimes there's a drop. There's a pattern to it every year.
Yeah, for sure. All everybody got to do is get on Amazon Prime, and it absolutely there's hundreds of
There's
different.
hundreds. I get emails still, like almost every few months, about somebody wanting to come on
Pattern,
and promote the documentary.
Yeah, for sure. All everybody got to do is get on Amazon Prime, and it absolutely there's hundreds of
There's
different.
hundreds. I get emails still, like almost every few months, about somebody wanting to come on
Pattern,
and promote the documentary.
Yeah, for sure. All everybody got to do is get on Amazon Prime, and it absolutely there's hundreds of
There's
different.
hundreds. I get emails still, like almost every few months, about somebody wanting to come on
Pattern,
and promote the documentary.
Yeah, for sure. All everybody got to do is get on Amazon Prime, and it absolutely there's hundreds of
There's
different.
hundreds. I get emails still, like almost every few months, about somebody wanting to come on and promote the documentary.
Yeah, for sure. All everybody got to do is get on Amazon Prime, and it absolutely there's hundreds. There we go. I think we maybe they're trying to mess with us. That's what it is.
Are we getting bad echo?
That was my fault.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Entirely my fault. I'm sorry about that. I had such a rookie mistake. Hello, everybody. I had the YouTube stream on, and the of all the dumb rookie mistakes to make. I'm sorry about that.
You only been doing this for 7 years, Mike.
Right. Right. I'm like, where's that echo? That's really weird. Yeah, it's me. Hope everybody's well. What's up, Jess? Long time no see. Ashley.
Mike Strange.
Doing well. I hope you're well as well. Indy, what's up, James? Ashley, you
Hey,
guys are
Mike.
all the best. Big fans all around. It's rare that we get to talk directly. We're all so busy doing our own thing that it's nice to get in here and say hi to everybody. And congratulations to Ricky. Holy crap. 100 comes fast, doesn't it? It's amazing.
It does. It's pretty neat. I say still an echo.
Yeah, you're getting it.
Is it?
My echo? You have an echo, Ricky.
Maybe one more thing.
Make sure y'all get your echo cancellation on y'all. You can't do it. I think that was good.
Mine's on.
Maybe. I don't. There it goes. Something happened in it.
There, it's good now.
Okay. Always, if you don't have some kind of technical issue during a live stream, it's not a good live stream. You got to have some kind of. Mr. Strange has taught us that.
Yeah,
for sure. For sure. got to have a little technical issues. It's just part of live streaming. It's live in living color. It's not edited. It's not whatever.
It can happen just with like 2 apps. I mean, I only do a show on Discord using a recording bot app, and it can still happen. So it's doesn't matter if you're doing running 2 things or 20 things. It can happen to anyone, anytime.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. How am Look at this thing here. All right. Now, one thing we figured we were getting better. Yeah, Chris Jones said, if things don't break, you ain't playing hard enough. That's rough enough. That's it. You gotta, if we ain't trying, we ain't breaking something. I know I've had a few times I turn around and right as soon as I hit end stream, end of the show, all of a sudden my whole computer just go boop and cut off. It just boop, it's done.
Well, we've lost you in the middle of a recording with you and I before, and I've had to just talk for a minute or so. And I don't know how that works, where I'm still there and you're not, and you're the host. But whatever.
Yeah, the studio stays open. As long as somebody's in there, it'll stay open. If nobody's in there, like if I'm just the only one, and then I left, then yeah, they would cut off. But like as long as there's somebody in there to kind of keep the show room open, I've done that a few times where I popped out and disappeared, and like, whoop, no Ricky on his own show. Oh well. It absolutely happens. It absolutely happens.
So, Ricky, I guess I'll ask you a question. What is your favorite topic that you've encountered in your 100th episodes, in your 100 episodes?
I'll just say I've enjoyed, I don't know, because I've done some deep dives as I go along. I've done a lot of like projects and stuff, and found all kinds of different projects. Like Project Cirrus and Mockingbird and Popeye and all these different things that like government projects that you never would believe they would have done, and it's like yes, and they did do, and it's one of them things. And then just I don't know, just I mean I like this stuff. I like the alien stuff. I love the like Egyptian stuff. Learning about that. So it's I do like that's the reason my channel is so broad on so many different things, which it hurts it like go and grow because I'm all over the place when I re-record or I'm live or whatever, because it's I like everything. So it's but it's I'm learning just like those, I guess, the projects and now like especially like the aliens, and then maybe even the connection of all putting together, go down deep enough the rabbit hole, it all connects way down the line somewhere.
That's true, right? If you look at everything far enough and pull back enough, everything is connected. No, but I agree with you. All those projects, that the government researched, back in the last century, those are incredibly fascinating, right? Like the MK Ultra stuff, Mockingbird, everything. And even I can't remember the name of the project, but where they like studied witchcraft, they've studied remote viewing, all our paranormally stuff, right? Mm-hmm. So that is super interesting. I like that. That's a good answer.
Yeah, it's wild, the different things, like Operation Cirrus. They turned a hurricane up and through Georgia. They sprayed bacteria on San Francisco back in the day and just see what it would do. They EMP Hawaii just to see what it would do, and I mean not trying to EMP Hawaii, but that's what they did. When they dropped a nuke up in the upper atmosphere, they dropped nukes inside of a salt mine in Mississippi. Just I swear that the scientists are the ones going to kill us, because they're like, well, I don't care. We can just figure out it's for science, so we can do whatever we want to do, it don't matter what. Um, it's just it'll be okay.
It's fine. It's fine. This is fine, right?
What do you think, Mike?
I think I might be the cause of the echo. Test 1, 2.
I think you're good.
You're okay.
Are we
Yeah,
good
it
now?
sounds better. Yep.
Okay, sorry about that. All the rookie mistakes. Hey, you know how you become a pro at something? You break everything every time you get there. And welcome, welcome to still breaking everything every time you get there. Yeah, I don't know. I think there's a lot in play, man. I think a lot of the stuff you guys have been talking about is fantastic, and that mass media aspect of where we sit is important for us to discern and to talk to each other. Like many of us are doing this for that reason. We feel there's something that is spooky. It's not quite right, and in that space, if we don't talk to each other and go, well, how do you feel about this thing? Because this thing doesn't feel right, and if we don't do that, what are we doing? That's the entire point of this. And again, glad to see you. Like I said, happy, congratulations on 100. And this is what it's always been about. To me, to many of us, to the entire sort of alternative media conversation, that's what this is. It's like, hey, let's sniff this out. Let's find the rats and then point them out and talk and consider that we may be wrong as well. That's part of this. That's the entire thing. And again, shout out Ricky, been doing a hell of a job slaying it in all the different ways. I was listening to his podcast way back in the day too, when we first connected there. And I'm telling you, like, he's been through a ton of this stuff, not just the modern mass media, but he's been through all the stuff he was talking about, like the, Project Bluebeam and all the rest of it. And here we are. Like, how much of that is relevant in 2026 is a little bit disturbing, because I think it's a lot.
I think so too. I mean, it is. I mean, and because we've seen the narratives over and over again where they like to rehash and repeat the same. We'll just pull out the same playbook, to pull out this old dusty playbook that they've had since the 30s, and just keep doing the same thing over and over again. And we've seen that throughout history. Every few years, the talking heads, the talking points, and now we're seeing it even again with the, media right now with. 5 years, 6 years later, after everything happened in 2020, and now this shocked everybody. Even with the doctors getting on the news, they're like, it's no big deal with the hantavirus. There's no big deal, and then turn around. But is it really not a big deal? And it just, I mean, for one, I know they just want them ratings they had back in 2020, but it's the other. It's got to be some kind of extra narrative of why they pushing this, why is this, and it's all coming together at one time. We got the aliens and releasing the files, and that's getting a very big distraction, and then all these different viruses are coming out at the same time, and now we got Ukraine is escalating now they brought that back out. We haven't talked about Ukraine in forever on news. Of course, we got Iran and all that stuff. So it's all this, everything's getting bombarded at us, and it's like we're playing dodgeball, but they're throwing baseballs at us or wrenches. Like, what's that movie? You can dodge a wrench. You can dodge a wrench. You can dodge a ball, kind of thing. And that's what we're dodging right now is wrenches, because they're throwing this stuff at us.
I like the dodgeball analogy. That's great.
I'll be right back, Ricky.
All right, Jane. You muted again, Jess. You muted, I think, when you went to laughing.
I muted. I was like, I don't hear anybody either.
We got quiet. Everybody got quiet at one time. You know how it is.
I know.
Everybody can talk, and everybody talking over each other, and then everybody get quiet.
And there's like a silence. Love it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's eerie.
I have another one for you, Ricky.
All right.
Okay, when you started, right, you probably had a set of beliefs, right? Has anything drastically changed as you've gone through and done your research and talked to different people to where you are now?
Not really changed, I don't think. My beliefs expanded. I'm more open minded on a lot of things and ask more questions, especially you know, especially with Mike's show and stuff and some of the subjects and stuff. I've never heard anybody talk about like like or in certain things like I never heard or like even on your show sometimes it's like I never heard anybody talk about this stuff. And some of the stuff is like, man, I wondered where where you could even have this conversation. As I talked about it on Sunday show. I think I don't know one of them was talking about just I never knew. I didn't talk about a lot of this stuff, a lot of the situation. Like I've come on your show and talked about a lot of the ghost stories and stuff I've seen, and you know, and like I never talked about nobody that done this stuff for 20. A lot of it's 20 years old or older. Some is more recent. I've had some new stuff happen since then, um, but it's wild, and now I'm comfortable like just talking about like, hey, no big deal. Like I had a shadow person break a stick the other day in my yard, and I kind of freaked out. Yeah,
Did you see him?
yeah, I seen it. I
No
seen.
shit.
I turned my head and I looked, and
No
there was a shadow
fucking.
person
Sorry, I don't
standing
mean to
there.
curse on here, but no shit. You saw a shadow person.
Oh, you're good. Lucy, Jamie, and Dave's here. Jamie's Lucy here cussing a storm, but yeah, no,
Tell
I
me
turned my
more.
head.
Like I've
I,
never seen a shadow person. I mean, I'm sure it looks like a walking shadow, but
I mean, it was. I mean, that's what it looked like. I turned my head, and there was a shadow person walking across, and it stopped, and when it did, it stopped, and I seen
it's
it
like,
break the stick, and I'm like,
and it looks at you. It's
nope,
like, you're
gone.
next,
I
Ricky.
just got chills just
He's
thinking about it.
threatening
Yeah,
you.
I got chills. I was like, and I just turned around and I ran. I was like, nope, mm-mm,
No, that's
I'm
a
not.
Is
whole
that
lot
the
of no.
first time? Is that the first time you've seen anything like that, Ricky?
No, I've seen a lot of crazy stuff. Um,
Yeah.
I've seen orbs. I've seen hundreds of orbs. I talked about that on Jess's show before, and James.
Hmm.
Um, at a national cemetery here in Memphis, I seen my car cut off, and I looked out the window, and there was thousands of orbs flying across this cemetery and stuff, and
Wow.
really freaked me out. Didn't know what to think. I finally got my car to crank up. I've seen things phase in the corner. Like I said, I've seen UFOs. I've seen maybe alien or angel. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I
Um,
remember your alien angel story.
and then I don't know if you heard this or not, Jess. I did. My parents went to. I'll tell this fun story and let everybody else talk again. And what it was, I went to Shiloh with my parents and my brother 2 years ago, and we were sitting there and going along, and then we're we're riding along and heard music,
Ooh.
and it's a faint music, and I'm like, okay, and we're doing radios down, I mean, all the windows down, radios off, and like we're just easing through the shallow battlefields, and my mom turns and looks at me. She's like, "You heard that too, didn't you?" I'm like, "Yeah." Then I turn
Is this
around, and then we like 40 minutes later, we heard cannon fire, and she did the same thing. She turned and looked at me, which like if y'all want to, not right now, of course, but you can go back and you can listen to the show. My mom was actually came on my Sunday show and talked about it, and
oh, that's so
I
sweet.
put her side of the story, and which everybody seemed to enjoy that, having her on and stuff. But
Aw.
so, but yeah, no, it was like stuff like that. I've seen so much stuff, and it's like one of like James and myself are both like on the same narrative. Like we don't try to um, bring this into us. We don't try. I say, except for the other day, I'll tell this one real quick too. Like the other day, I went to, and I don't know if this is paranormal. I don't know. I haven't been able to redo it or whatever. I went. We did a homecoming at a little church, and my parents, my grandmom's family cemetery. When there's people buried there since like the 1700s and stuff. And mom was upset she didn't get to clean the tombstones of my grandparents and my great grandma. And I said, "Well, I'll get down there, Mom. She got a bad knee and all that. So I'll get down there. I'll take care of it." And then get down there, and I'm like, I'm gonna freak myself out. Let me just freak myself out today. I put my GoPro. James is back.
I'm back just in time. Funny enough.
My GoPro on a bucket, and I sit there and turned it on. It had a full battery and everything. Turned it on, and I started cleaning the tombstone. We had to go get water, walked around the cemetery. I didn't pay no attention. It ran about a minute and a half, and it killed the battery, just wiped it. Boom.
Sucked the whole thing.
So it sucked all the energy. I did not catch anything on it, no paranormal, like no voices, no sounds, but it absolutely did eat my battery.
Creepy. Yeah.
Yeah, that was funny. He told me about it the day we did the Sunday show. Like, what was it, the same day or day after, Ricky?
Yeah. I
Same
showed him the video. I got a video. I was sitting there, I had pulled up from my GoPro. Like, I was like, look at this. It's just don't make sense. Like, it got a minute and a half. I'm like, the battery's full.
It doesn't, but it does, because it happens so often in so many situations.
Yeah, you hear the stories. You watch, ghost hunters or ghost adventures, ventures and stuff. And you watch the shows, and they see it happen to them, and then I'm like, then it happens. I'm like, which is probably best. I probably did not need to be freaked out that day anyway. Maybe they were helping me out. Like, you don't need to hear your ancestors talk to you, Ricky, today. We're gonna take care of that problem. And then Sunday we were here, and Ray from the Radical Truth came on, and she was talking to us, and she said she's gonna send me a spirit box so I can go back out there. I'm like, I don't know about that.
I don't know about that. I'm
yeah, I don't know about that. I took enough gumption to turn that GoPro on inside the cemetery that I don't like going to them, but yeah.
Oh, that's kind of scary.
Oh, I told Ricky too, maybe that camera going dead like that was their sign. Whoever was there, they may have known, hey, if we show ourselves visibly or put out any voices out there, that is really going to freak him out. But if we just do this, it's weird, and he may still get a feeling like it's something anomalous, but it won't be quite as jarring that way. Just a possibility there.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. It protected Ricky from freaking out.
Yeah. Maybe it was just a bad battery. It could have been just a bad battery.
Could have been.
But
I don't know what explains your shadow person, like, out on the side of your house breaking his stick in front of you like this.
I don't know. That
like
freaky.
What could that possibly be? I'm like trying to figure out, like, what could that? There's a predator. Like, what? There's nothing. Like, I can't think of anything you could have mistaken for a shadow being.
Yeah, I mean, there was no animals. I didn't see nothing else. I didn't see anything. Like I said, there was a shadow there, and of course, I don't have video proof or whatever. So but because I get the hell out of there, I wasn't trying to get video proof. I wasn't. Damn that shadow person and everything else. I'm getting out of there.
I was gonna ask that, Ricky. Did you have like a foreboding feeling when you saw it, or did it not feel one way or the other? You know what I mean?
I did sense something there that must maybe turn my head. I did feel something, because normally I can walk around. I walk around here outside like at 12, 1 o'clock in the morning. I mean, it's no big deal.
Right.
All the time. But that night I just I felt a little weird. I was like, man, like something was watching me. And I turned my head, and it moved. When it did, I startled it, and when it stepped and like broke that stick, I'm like, nope.
Right.
See you later. I don't know who you're, my lost little cousin or what you are, but whatever you are, you stay over there, and I'm going this way. I'm going to the light. Well, I always heard you got to get into the light. If you got to deal with shadow people, you got to get to the light. So I got to the light. I don't know.
Good call.
Real quick, I find
Ricky,
it
was
odd.
it in a threatening way that it broke the stick?
Yeah, I seen that question. I don't think it's like I said. I think it to me, looking back.
Did he
I think
look at you like?
it just like he stepped on it.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's like I
I
startled
thought he
it.
like picked it up. He's like,
"This is your neck. Look at here." Yeah. Where are you going to ask
sorry, that
Mike?
makes me laugh.
Yeah. Okay, so check this out. Now, I was talking to Kelly, an old friend, about this, and he was suggesting that there's something happening in this sort of the mind space of this, the belief space. And so you said that you had a ton of experiences in a ton of different ways. do you find that it is maybe sort of a perceptivity aspect of you being open to these things and then maybe them presenting themselves to you? You see what I'm saying? Kind of in that space, so that now you've kind of tasted it, whatever it is, like define that however you like. But now it sort of presents itself to you kind of more easily than if you were sort of sealed off to it. You know what I mean? Sort of that belief space. Does that make sense?
It does. I mean, and I always, I always watch, kind of weird stuff. I remember I used to watch like the V show back in the '80s with my grandma and stuff like that, and we watched, different shows, and um, so I mean, I had like an idea that, you know, but I don't know, maybe so. Maybe it has opened up. I know, as I've gotten older, it seems that I can see more stuff, and then I did find out. My mom, we was having a conversation one day at lunch one day, and she was talking about like I I come from a line of sensitive people that's sensitive stuff. So like my great grandma was really sensitive. My mom actually is real sensitive on stuff like she said she knew like her when somebody had passed away before they even turn around and sit there and just got the message like he's gone, and then turn around and somebody messaged like, oh, such just passed away, and like I knew. And it's one of them things like when she came on, she was like, man, I don't think people think I'm crazy. I don't let if they do, I'm gonna leave. I'm like, Mom, you're in the right group right here. You're good. It's not.
Yeah.
You're good. You're not. Nobody's gonna say nothing to you. And I remember she was like, I'm only gonna talk for like 20 minutes, and what was it, like an hour and something.
Yeah, I think so. And even then, it wasn't. She didn't. She would have stayed longer, but something came up, and yeah. So I'm definitely looking forward to talking with her again sometime, because I wanted to tell her, no one's gonna think you're crazy. I've probably had as many or more experiences than you have, so you're fine here. But the family, the I don't know if it's genetic or if it's some other aspect of heredity, but that is fairly common. It's not. I mean, there are some people that, like I had a guest on a little while back, Soraya, host of Where Did the Road Go? I had him on my show a little while back, and just talk about his experiences, and this whole aspect of family lines of people that were sensitive in different ways came up in my mind. So I asked him, does your family have a history of having anomalous experiences? And he said, just real quick, right away, no, I'm the only one. So it can happen, but it doesn't always happen that way, at least as far as we can tell.
I can see that. I can see that for sure.
In a way, it made me think, Mike, your question made me think of faith, because, I think a lot of times I come from a Christian mind space. And I think that a lot of times people who have faith can look at things and see things that others might say are coincidence and say, well, I don't think that's coincidence. I think it's divine. And I think it could be kind of like that in a different way, where we are more open-minded and receptive to seeing things, maybe especially after that initial experience that's out of the norm. But yeah, it's a really good question. Good thing to make us think about, Mike.
Thank you. I'm a weird guy. Yeah. Also, real quick on the lineage thing that James was describing, it is weird because you do have this sort of lineage aspect to this. It comes up a lot that my grandma, my great grandma, this type of thing. They've seen things forever, and they like Ricky's mom. They stay quiet because they're for the most part because they don't want everybody to think they're insane. But then there's generations of this. Like I always say, look, there's a coincidence, and then there's a coincidence. Like, what's actually happening here? Like this type of stuff. Really kind of tickles my mind space because I don't get this stuff. My mother does. My grandmother did a little bit. My sister did a little bit. And so, even the female lineage aspect of this, all of this is so weird. And I don't know, I would think measurable in some sense, maybe, but I guess we don't have enough science on the data or something. But I don't know. I think that it's a good mind space, inviting it in and then allowing it to present itself. But then also, is it in our blood somehow? I don't know. I do wonder.
Yeah, I forgot to mention too, real quick. I don't want to hog the air so much, but I do come from a family on my dad's side. It's actually my dad's mom's side, going back as far as I've been able to tell, where there's a handful of people in my family, my older sister, and then myself, my grandma, and then her father. Have all had experiences throughout our lives, and what's funny enough is that based on what I found, I seem to have more experiences than any of the others, as far as I was able to get stories from family and everything about that. So, lucky me, and or unlucky, or however you want to look at that, it makes things interesting.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, if we're looking, and like as always, I'm thinking is, there's multiple choice answers on a lot of this stuff. I don't think it's one check. It can be go down the line. It can't be that way. Um, but yeah, it's funny when you start talking, and stuff, and I do like, especially, I was raised, Christian background, Southern Baptist. I've been to all kinds of different denominations through the years and stuff, but but the Bible talks about gifts, and I think some of this, people have these gifts, and it and sometimes when they have them, they scare them, because like we talked about right now is some people, who do I talk to, how do I expand this gift, because who do I even say this to without worrying about somebody thinking, weird stuff. I'm crazy. I'm insane. I'm this. I'm that. So a lot of people don't hold this stuff in, and that's why I'm glad to see like some more and more places, that's able to, we have places to talk about, like with Troubled Minds on the show. He can come on there and a lot of times and talk on James when Jess finally gets back doing shows again. All these different places and more. It has a place where you can actually talk about some of this stuff that, um, like Karen Carper, I say the woo woo, the woo woo stuff. We get to talk about the woo woo stuff, and you get to talk about the things that, it's not mainstream sometimes, but that don't make it not any more real just because it's not mainstream. So I mean, I say keep an open mind and see, and maybe some people have that, they see things or they sense things. It's just like you can tell if somebody is good or somebody is bad when you walk into, you can walk into a room, or somebody can walk into a room and the whole room changes. What is that, pertain? It's got to be something there. It's not just, well, what just the mood change. One person walked in and 50 people in here, and the energy of the room pulls out. There's more to it, than people need to talk about, I think.
Yeah, I do like Andy what you were talking about there too with faith, because I think it could be a good analogy, because personally I don't really have that. I don't really have any faith much in any higher power and like that. Just personally, just in my own views and all that. But that doesn't mean I put it down in any way. And I think that people that have it, that's amazing, and I'm glad they have that. And so I think that's a good analogy.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I think it's what I'm finding too, and kind of what you were saying too, Ricky. I think there are so many of us that really try to keep an open mind. And that's not what's pushed nowadays, obviously. It's all about divide and conquer and trying to get each person to fit inside this ever, decreasing sized box, where they want us to be isolated and to feel like we're alone. And I think it's so great that so many of us can come together, and maybe we don't all agree on every detail by any means, but we're all trying to seek the truth together. And I think that's great.
Absolutely. There's nobody in the world that I'm gonna agree with every point of
Right.
everything they say, every point. If you see somebody that does that with somebody, there's something wrong right there. There's some kind of, you know, worshipness or something like that, or they don't do no wrong or some kind of, there's something there, and even then, probably deep down, they don't agree with everything they say. There's nobody going to agree with everything. And it's okay. That's what, that's what makes us special. That's what makes us unique. We all have different opinions. We all have different backgrounds and different life experiences, and we live like everybody in this panel lives in a different part of the United States. So our culture and what we live in is totally different. So it's okay to have like difference, but it is good to be able to talk about this stuff and say and agree. Sometimes you just got to agree to disagree. Sometimes when it gets a little bit more heated, like hey, look, take that step back. But a lot of times,
Right, and that agree to disagree is becoming a lost skill nowadays too.
Exactly. And
delisting the algorithm. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I just wanted to say that I agree. And I think that is one of the things that we have lost with the modern social engineering, especially like peak pandemic times, was the ability to have conversations where we're doing an exchange of ideas where we may not agree or we're finding out if we agree or not. But that was really, I feel like that was an absolute turning point as far as that goes. So there was either it became making assumptions about people's entire viewpoint based on one or two things. And some of that was, almost like a safety measure because it was such a strange time to avoid conflict with people and to have some self-preservation. It was just such a hot topic. But I think that was really when we saw a huge escalation of people who were on different ends of whatever spectrum that previously could have been friends, could have conversations, and it completely changed. And I don't see that recovering as much in real life, like maybe somewhat, but I think a lot of that is lost. And especially as everything continues to be politicized. And that's one of the things like with Mike that I like about your show. You're like, I'm not talking about it. I am not talking about it. And I think that's so good because I do think that part of what we see is if we address the latest hot topic, which of course I'm guilty of this as anybody, but maybe there is some element of manipulation in that to see like not only can I get you to believe this or disbelieve this, but the machine is following who's sharing, who's liking, who's retweeting or whatever it is. What kind of engagement are we getting from the hantavirus story or the latest Ebola or like some of these other things that Ricky was talking about? And so sometimes I think that an act of resistance that we can do is simply not engage with that because it's such an insane time as far as the division and the intentional limiting of just, peaceful is not the right word, but like of just a calm general conversation where we literally don't have to agree, but we can just talk about things or we can be friends with people that have disagreements from us.
Mm-hmm. It's what we give our energy to, that's what they're trying to take from us all the time.
I mean, that's like with Ricky now, he thinks that I should be the first one to go into any haunted house before he does, if he goes in there at all. And, I think we should go in there together, I mean, but he just doesn't, I'm kidding, but not kidding, but also it's funny.
Look, James, you are the paranormal expert of the known universe. Like, if everybody's going to go into a haunted place first, should be the expert. I'm just, I'm just a little peon over here. I don't know what I'm doing over here. You are an expert. And so I believe, we can follow your guidance when you go in there first.
I think you got practice, Ricky. You got like 20 haunted tikis behind you.
Yeah. That's what cracked me up too. Is I saw an orb fly by one of those things once. I swear on a live stream, which is funny.
Yeah, it's probably a couple might be have.
That's probably where your shadow person came from. It belongs to one of those masks.
Probably the one in the middle.
Good call.
Yeah, could be.
You guys see that old Brady Bunch episode with the tiki that they had that they wore around the neck and they're out there surfing and it's like it's haunting the entire show and they don't even know it. There it is. Except Ricky's got 20 of them and they're massive.
Well, if the mask don't speak to me and say, "Hey, buy me," I can't take it home. So it's at least I'm not.
Wait, they tell you to buy them, Ricky? Then they're
The,
surely haunted.
yeah, the one in the middle, the big one, the brown, kind of. Yeah, he did.
That's the haunted one. It's like, take me home.
Yeah, take me home. You need to buy me. What's up? We're double mic now. What's up, Algo?
Check 1, 2.
What's up, man?
Can
Hey,
you
Algo.
sound okay?
Yes, sir.
Oh, good. Thanks. Hey, Indy, nice to see you. Michael Strange. James, as always, a pleasure. Ashley and Jess, I'm new to you, so hello. Nice to meet you
Hello.
both.
Hello
And the
there.
man of the hour, Mr. Anything is Possible. Congratulations. Episode 100.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's
Appreciate you being
exciting.
here.
I was trying to get in earlier, and the phone rang, and I had a thing, and it's just like, I was lurking mostly.
Ah, that's good. Like I said, we're gonna be. I always go like 3.5 hours anyway every Wednesday. So it's like whenever I want to be able to come on and jump in, and it's all good. Appreciate you popping in. You got any insight on what we're bouncing on here, talking about, or?
Well, I don't know about insight, but I did have a thought that came to me when you guys were talking earlier. I do think energy attracts, and I think if a person walks into a room and everything shifts, then of course there's more to it, and that goes to the faith thing a little bit. But I think as science and people's open minds go along, we're learning more about those things. And I do think with generational either trauma or people who have visions or insights or they always see paranormal stuff, it's kind of maybe not exactly proven, but it seems that DNA is a crystalline object, and anything that's crystal is going to have memory, and your DNA does come from your ancestors, mom, grandma, whatever. So it would not surprise me if at some point we did a good controlled study where people were willing to talk about it and say, okay, well, and figure out that that's not it's not just family lore, but your kin, your tribe, your people. That's one of their gifts, as you were saying, Ricky. That's something that they brought to this experience. We don't generally use most of that, right? I don't think, but I think those are just a couple thoughts I had from listening to y'all.
Mike said something earlier about it maybe being in the blood. And it made me think of how many people I've met through this journey who are RH negative. And then that made me think of the GATE program. Are you guys all familiar with the Gifted and Talented Education wormhole? um, but it made me, I'm just curious. And if people obviously don't want to share, they don't need to. But have any of you been involved in the GATE program? And for the chats too, if you guys want to say, it's something that I've been like, I was raised in the GATE program. I tested into it in kindergarten, and I was in a pull-out program that was fully gifted and talented education, like a school within a school, from first grade through sixth grade. And I really enjoyed it, but I have some really interesting experiences that I found are common now. But it's supposed to be like anywhere from 1 to 3% of the population that were in it. But yet it seems like so many people that I've met online, especially many that I've become close with, were a part of it in some way, shape, or form. And so I was just curious if people want to answer about that, if that is a commonality that many of us have.
I was not. I'll just say real quick. But then again, my situation was maybe a little bit different because I was born legally blind, so going through school was always trying to keep up with everything. So, but I wasn't. But I have heard a lot about that experience and similar ones, and even some sort of possible paranormal phenomenon around some of those experiences or some of that time in those kinds of programs. Even with missing memory of people around the people that were enrolled in that or scouted for that, or even missing time in some cases for people, whether it's the person themselves or others around them, or they don't. There's just time was weird for them. So it's really a fascinating subject to me.
Guilty. Gate. RH negative.
Right?
For real?
Yeah.
You're RH negative and gate?
Yeah.
Wow.
Gate. Gate. I misheard you.
Right.
Oh,
And
no.
that's what you
no. No. Hey, not that there's anything wrong with that. You're fine. You're fine, bro. You're fine. No. I was part of it too. So I'm
Yeah.
like O positive or whatever. I mean, that's what I was like, damn, both? That's like a lightning strike sort of situation. That's wild.
Okay, but that's me too. And that's so many people that we've, are part of this sphere. That's what I wonder, if that is part of the connection for those of us who have these sixth senses and open minds.
It was weird. I went to a very strange elementary school where we didn't stay in homeroom. We went to each class like junior high and high school. And I thought that was normal. I didn't know any better. And it turned out I was talking to other people in a different place about gate, and they're like, oh, yeah, we did that too, but none of the other kids did. So they each had a different program, I think based on the years, because there are some variations that have changed over the 25 years they were really doing that to little children. So depending on what, even if it wasn't called that, if you were forced to drink this really disgusting pink liquid and you did have meditation classes in elementary school, whether it was in music or homeroom, or then you were in some facsimile of that, I think.
Well, and testing for like intuition and even like psychic abilities and things like that were a part of a common experience for a lot of us.
Yeah.
And I didn't even really, it's not that I didn't remember it. I just hadn't thought about those things until I started going down that rabbit hole. And now looking back on it, it is so crazy to think that I didn't even question why they were asking us those things, or
Because
testing
you're a
us.
child.
Right.
Right? Let's
Yeah.
see if we can guess the funny cards. What's on the other
Yeah.
side of the card?
Exactly. Or predict what's going to happen. Or, I've heard some people talk about predicting the collective thoughts of a classroom, like almost like Heads Up, 7 Up. That's almost like a gate game in a lot of ways too. But yeah, it's interesting. It's definitely an interesting thing to think about. And also their purposes, why were they trying to identify people with those abilities or who might have more open minds? Was it to suppress those abilities, or was it to foster them?
Good question. I was sitting there thinking about what it, talking about like the gifts and this, what's on the other side of the card. I always think of Ghostbusters.
Yes.
And that always pops up in my head, and the thing that a lot of people, I was like, a lot of people don't talk about, like, is Bill Murray's methods was actually working. His shock therapy was actually getting the guy closer and closer to where he was actually, at the last one, he actually guessed what the card was. And of course, he couldn't, oh no, you got to go, yeah, he got zapped again because he wanted to say hi to the girl and get a date, but his methods were actually working, and was, made you wonder, like, his, or what were they pulling that from that happened before,
Well, I'm glad shock therapy was not part of my induction.
Same.
Right. We just got the binaural beats.
That was so weird because that was often. That was not the
Mhm.
once a year hearing test. Anyway, I got us off track, I think, maybe, but
No, this
I
is
think I did.
Squirrel ADD live stream, guaranteed. If it's just me, it's going to be Squirrel, and having this many different personalities. I wonder sometimes. I know I wonder because I hear people on this program, and I know, like, when I tested, like, a lot of my stuff, like, like fifth grade or like last, my scores were super super high on everything. But I was but I was also in resource at the same time, because so maybe, I don't know if, like, something like that might have held me back from somebody seeing me or whatever, because when I talked about it before, I used to live on Guam, Well, one thing I haven't really said a whole lot. So when I came back over here to the States, I was speaking three languages at the same time. I was speaking Tagalog, I was speaking Japanese, and I was speaking English at the same time. And I would rotate as I would talk. So I would use each language and as I flowed through there. And my parents kind of knew what I was talking about. Of course, when I went to school, and they're like, "What is he? What is this kid doing? And what is he saying?" And then so I had to. I was like, so I had to go back and had to relearn and forget, forget my extra languages I learned while I was there over time and everything. But I wonder if, like, if that maybe I would have been in something like that, maybe, because I know, like, everything else I scored super, super high. And um, like my IQ, my mom won't even really, me and my brother both scored super high. And she won't tell us because she don't want to tell who's got a higher IQ, which I believe it's my brother. I don't care. I think it is. I mean, he taught himself how to use C++. He's taught himself how to, do stuff like that. Like, taught himself how to play guitar. He taught himself how to do program C++ for fun, stuff like that. Like, yeah, I'm sure he's got a couple IQ points on me. It's all right. I'm not mad.
He's your brother. You're not supposed to be mad.
Yeah. My mom won't tell us. We don't want you. I'm like, we both looked at her and shook her head like, we don't care, Mom. We don't really. That's not a big deal to us.
Hey,
But
we're
it's a big deal to
brothers.
her. So
We love each other. Hey, real quick on what you were saying too with the gate stuff. So for me, it wasn't young. It was shout out Herschel. You're gonna love this story. So I didn't get sort of drawn into this space when I was young, but I aced everything. Like I had this weird ability to, and this has now been justified, by the way, with AI. They can feed AI like multiple choice questions, and it'll just it'll choose the right one without even knowing the question, right? And I was able to just do this from like the time I was like kindergarten. Like I could see and just go BS, BS, BS. It's probably this one or this one, and then read them carefully and then select it and just know. Like without even studying or reading or anything. It was just sort of this pattern recognition of how they built these tests. Not that I was so smart or anything. It's just you start to recognize the pattern. It's like the same pattern over and over again. But beyond that, I wasn't, even though I could ace that stuff and sort of snooze through school, I wasn't selected early on. I was in middle school waiting for baseball practice after school. And I was like, I got an hour. I guess I'll write this essay. And so I do in this down hour waiting for baseball practice. And next thing I know, they scoop me up next year and put me in these other classes of all these kids I didn't even know. Like, it's so weird, like how this kind of happens. And I know the opportunity space of that kind of hit me a little later, but if I hadn't written an essay at baseball, waiting for baseball practice, like I never would have been exposed to it at all. So I don't know. It's kind of a weird thing that you're describing, that you were kind of maybe left out of that. I think there's a ton of that happening in the space. And yeah, absolutely.
Huh. I had to see in the chat real quick. I see they're talking about it. I don't. If you're on Rumble, let me just do it this way instead of typing. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, try refreshing on Rumble, I guess. I don't know. Rumble's is Rumble. I'll just say that. But according to Rumble Studio, we're there. So let me see on my end. Let's see.
It's funny. This all makes me wonder too, though. While you're taking care of that, Ricky, how many people that were in, let's say, like special education, how many of those were left behind from any kind of advanced program like that, just because, again, students are just trying to keep up and do as well as they could. But if they had been tested, I'm curious how many would have ended up in programs like that in some way, if that would have even been possible. But it makes me wonder too about just, and this is something that I've always wondered too, is how many people with born with physical disabilities have are also sensitive to paranormal anomalous things or entities or experiences, uh, the way the way I have been. Uh, is there a pattern there, or is there not? or am I just unusually rare in that regard? And
Whitney.
it's one of those things that I don't know. That'd be hard to figure that out.
What's up, Jamie? I see you popped in on here. Y'all chit chat. I'm trying to fix Rumble.
Yeah, what's up, Jamie? Hey, real quick on what James said too. Like, I think there's a huge space there that they did the telepathy tapes recently of the nonverbal autistic children, and so kind of having I don't know if I believe that in particular directly, but also it doesn't matter what I believe. But I think there is probably a huge scoop of people that were left out of these programs that may have been even more sort of special, depending on how you measure those games, because it seems like silly games at some point. And it goes back to the question I think Indy asked that earlier, is that why were they doing this? Like, why were they actually trying to identify? Because look, nobody offered me a sweet job out of high school. Like, the CIA didn't bounce in and go, Mike, we're going to overpay you to do something. I just kind of floated through the thing, and then I got out of it, and well, here I am. I mean, I apologize for that. Here I am.
I remember a lot of my experience. I have a really good memory for experiences and things like that anyway, but I do remember a lot of my experiences in the GATE program. But one of the commonalities is forgetfulness of school during that time. And maybe it's because of the pink drink, or maybe it's because of some other MK Ultra trick or whatever. But yeah, it's just really interesting to think about. It really is. And Jamie, good to see you.
Hey, Jamie.
I finally made it. It's been a long evening at work. Slinging ice cream in the rain. Glad to be here.
Jamie, I don't know. Do you do an ice cream truck or something like that then?
No, so I work at, so I live in Memphis, Tennessee. My real good friend owns a company called Mem Pops that I am one of his account managers. And basically, I move equipment all over the city for kids to come sling our Mem Pops.
Oh, great.
And today, around 4 o'clock this afternoon, it decided to open up and rain on us. And yeah, so I've been out picking up equipment.
Gotcha. Rick, did you get it figured out on Rumble?
No, I'm still fighting with it right now. I'm not sure. I might have to start a whole nother stream or something. I don't know. I might have to send everybody to another stream, maybe.
My philosophy is restart it, start it over, reset it, turn it off, turn it back on again.
Hit it with a hammer.
That's the backup plan.
That is the backup plan, yeah. BFH is my way.
Well, Michael, back to like the CIA promises of a job and things like that. The more I talk to people, and I probably for 3 or 4 years talked to people off and on about their experiences of that, and it seems almost like an identify and suppress operation. Because if they literally were giving us straight fluoride, that's probably not real good for a growing child to be ingesting in those kind of concentrations. And there are a couple of kids I grew up with who were derailed from like even going to college, and they were in the GATE program, and it wasn't anything that I put my finger on at the time. But I look back and their lives are fine, and they're thriving and healthy. But that linear path from you're in the smartest classes to you're going to have a great future, I don't think was part of the plan.
I think in hindsight, you're absolutely right. But you're kind of in the moment. You're like, hey, where's the CIA? Or it wasn't even that too. It was more, there was for my age, it was sort of the internet space. It was a lot of this, code stuff, like the code brain. I don't know. It's weird, but I think you're right. I think maybe instead it was identifying and well, there we go. Nice kill on the thing here. Identifying who, and then maybe sort of cataloging and suppressing. That makes a ton of sense to me.
Right.
Yeah.
The way I think it might be too.
Yeah. Well, and if you were of a maybe negative disposition, or you were low on the empathy tests and high on the psychopath tests. Maybe it was a pathway for those kind of kids. I don't know. I'd like to get the manual of what it was. That'd be interesting, but I don't think they'll probably give it to me.
All you could do is just ask, say, hey, give me that. Give me that.
Yeah. This also has me wondering too. Maybe that would explain why they didn't bother to test anyone with sort of physical or any kind of really disability, because they would just want people to just ignore them, marginalize them, uh, because you definitely see a lot of that happening in general anyway, uh, among a lot of people. Not everyone. I mean, definitely not the majority, but uh, just from experience and hearing about others' experiences, uh, people with any kind of difference in their physical being or their the way they're thinking, definitely not always looked on the best.
Yeah, it's easy for society or institutions to not even address it and just kind of turn their head. And I do wonder though, from the people I know, a good friend, a lot of my life with cerebral palsy, who was literally 145 IQ, just super bright. Then went to college, got his master's, did all these things, and in those places, he always felt like he was more trouble than he was worth to them.
Hmm. Yeah.
And I mean, they probably made him feel that way because he did need accommodations and whatever. And I don't think we look at that as a whole anymore. But if it's a very specialized recruitment program of some kind, there's probably a certain element of not only people with different physicality, but a lot of factors they're just going to skip because it just doesn't fit. If that makes any sense.
It does. I mean, again, there were teachers in school over the years that they didn't want to deal with any kind of accommodations or accessibility or anything like that. And I'm sure part of it was just the pressure of dealing with like overcrowding and all that too. But that's not really an excuse. There are plenty of teachers that did try to help in those same kinds of settings. So, but yeah, so that makes sense.
Super side note, but if any of you have read, it's a young adult book called Out of Mind, I believe is the title. And it's a story about someone with special needs who's nonverbal, and it's written from their perspective of going through public education, and which involves a lot of the good, the bad, and the ugly. Some of the people who helped and inspired and made life easier and came alongside, and then some who really didn't care or completely didn't have any expectations of him because of his differences. So anyway, just what you were sharing made me think of that. And for those who might not know, I'm a public school, well, previously a public school teacher. I quit because I wouldn't take the vaccine, and so I've since seen that I was a cog in a machine I didn't realize I was a part of at the time. You know, but I do tend to look at things from a perspective of a teacher and an educator. And so I think of that too with the teachers that I had in the GATE program. I don't think most of them had any idea what they might have been a part of. Um, but yeah, thanks for sharing your experience there too, James.
Oh, no, no problem. Yeah, there was definitely a lot of bureaucracy involved, and the thing that cracks me up now, and it was not fun at the time, but the county, the district, their plan to get me into let's say being a productive member of society was to have me learn accounting and get me into a job with accounting. And it was not fun going through all the training for that. Not only that, it just cracks me up because sure, have a legally blind person doing accounting in a world where, they were able to do some accessibility, provide some options there in school, but I have a hard time thinking now that that would be the same situation in a corporate setting, you know. And it all fell through, and it doesn't matter now. But yeah, they had plans, and when things didn't work out, they just broke all ties, and I was sort of left wandering, trying to just kill time for several years before I figured out what I wanted to do.
So I'm guessing you were bored by numbers.
It was yeah, it was numbers. It was just the tedious nature of entries and paperwork and just yeah. And I've always been into writing and fiction and the imagination and all that. And here I am being trained to do something I just have no interest in doing.
Well, there's
And
another commonality we all have. I don't think most of us like to be told what to do.
yeah, yeah, yep. So,
No.
Right.
but then eventually, like I said, I spent a lot of time just thinking, well, I guess I'm just going to exist, and then I started looking into all these weird topics and found that's how I found you all. So
Amen for
glad
that.
to, yeah.
For sure. It's a good thing. I might have lost Rumble. I don't know. We might have lost Rumble.
You aptly named it the Meltdown stream, Ricky.
Yeah, I did. It's prophetic.
Right? Your sixth sense at work right there.
Damn that sixth sense. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of my sixth sense. It can stop that crap. Da, 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 da,
Yeah,
da.
it keeps things interesting, that's for sure.
Jamie,
Sometimes good and sometimes bad.
Jamie, you're
Sorry.
muted.
Oh.
You're good. Jamie, you're muted.
All right. So I've been biting my tongue because I couldn't figure out how to unmute myself a moment ago, but hear me out. So I hear your conversation that you think some of these people that have special needs have been recruited and are part of the program. And when you said that one, yes, I do believe that, forgive me that we have some mentally ill, I want to use the word, but I'm afraid I'm going to offend some people. But the CIA definitely preys on these people, right? They're missing a few screws. They got a couple, yeah. They used the people overseas in the Middle East that were mentally ill, a little on the spectrum. But anyway, so what I thought about immediately was when you said special needs, and I immediately thought of my Down syndrome uncle that was suddenly in the CIA and recruited. And I could just imagine, I pictured him. Like I went through a full scenario about how Pudge, because that's what we called him, got through CIA operative training. And this is just how odd shit my mind just runs to the side. But all of a sudden, my Uncle Pudge is rappelling from my grandmother's ceiling, trying to sneak in the refrigerator and get the door unlocked, because we had to put a padlock on the refrigerator growing up, because Uncle Pudge would steal from the refrigerator at night. And but that's just what I thought about, and I'm sorry that my mind doesn't work right, but I had a good laugh while y'all were talking about it. But please continue. I'm done here.
So wait, just to clarify, you're saying this was all a scenario in your mind, and your Uncle Pudge does not actually work for the CIA, correct?
No, he's mentally retarded, has the Down syndrome, but can bowl a 300 like a champ.
Right.
He's not alive anymore. God bless his soul. There was a point where we actually had to do some research, because at one point we believed he was the longest living person with Down syndrome. And he was actually beat out by somebody by a couple years, but we were looking into that because we thought he was the oldest one alive. But yeah, man, my Uncle Pudge was a character. Funny, just side story. He would come to our house from time to time and spend, a week with us at a time. And I'm this poor, 10-year-old little boy having to deal with my 29 or 30-year-old Uncle Pudge. And, he had this red pillow, this giant velvet red pillow that he was just in love with. And I got to tell you that I learned about the birds and the bees by my Uncle Pudge banging the red pillow. It was traumatizing. It was, God, Pudge, he was a character. I'm sorry, I'll mute myself now. Thank you.
But for those of you that don't know, Jamie's a comedian also, obviously.
He's stand up.
I've done a bit of stand-up comedy before. Told some jokes, told some
Once or
stories.
twice.
Well, you're a great storyteller. I could totally visualize your Uncle Pudge getting into that refrigerator.
Oh my God, man! And he was so funny too, man, because you couldn't unless you really grew up with him, you couldn't understand a fucking word he was saying. Okay, like you couldn't understand a word he was saying, but he would argue with you when you busted him. And I remember being a little kid, like, staying at my grandmother's house on the weekend or for Christmas week or whatever, and man, you'd hear that conversation going down at 2:00 in the morning. You'd hear him rifling through the fridge, and then you'd hear my grandmother go down the hallway, and then this strange conversation would take place. Yeah, it was fun. It was a bowling machine, though, man. He was a bowling machine.
I'm glad, Indy, you only had to visualize the refrigerator because I got stuck on the pillow.
That's beautiful. I love it. I love it. I love it.
I think that's entered politics recently, too. That's a political discourse there.
Sadly, you're correct.
And looks like, sadly, we are off Rumble.
Well, at least I didn't get us kicked off this time.
Nah, not this time. This studio has crashed. I don't know what has happened to it. Uh-oh.
Ashley said that she had to go.
Okay.
Ashley, it's left to you.
Appreciate you, Ashley. Yeah. It has crashed. Like, I pull up and it don't even show like a user anymore. So, yeah.
It might not just be you.
Yeah, Rumble I know Rumble crashed the other day on a bunch of people. They were having lots of trouble. So it might not be just me.
Oh, no, it is just you.
Works fine for Dan Bongino. What's up with that?
Cool.
Oh, Bondingo.
Well, he's the OG. He is the OG.
Maybe you could share a tab on a new Rumble stream. Oh, no, it didn't even let you make the new one, did it?
No, it won't even let me do anything. It won't let me, because I don't have it RTTP'd, so I don't have that, so I can go that way, go that route. If I could, I would probably go that way, but I got no way of actually showing.
Ricky getting all tech fancy.
Yeah. I tried. I absolutely tried.
Well, they'll probably migrate to YouTube. Some of the
hopefully, or maybe they call it a night. It is what it is. We tried, and we're having fun at least.
Yep.
I was going to post the link to the YouTube stream, but it wouldn't even let me do that in the Rumble chat, so I think it totally closed it out.
Yeah, she's crashed. Rumble has left the building. Damn you, Rumble. At least I got my numbers already. I don't have to worry about that. I get my numbers from my monthly, so I'll get paid this month.
I did remember you all were talking about the masks on the wall behind you. It always reminds me of the Brady Bunch.
Right?
That's what Mike brought up too.
Great. That's such a great episode, right? Have you guys seen that? Have you guys all seen that?
Yeah.
It's so great.
Yep.
They made fun
I can watch it again. I haven't seen it in a long time. Refresh my brain on. That was a wild show. Everybody was with everybody. The sons were with the mom and everything else, even in real life.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Typical Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
Yeah.
Now we know,
It's funny that with Ricky with your masks and everything, how you said that the middle one spoke to you and everything, and I think it's funny how some things They do speak to us like, yeah, take us home. And other things are like, no, leave us alone.
Hmm.
Just leave us alone.
I had it happen before. Had it happen
Yeah.
at a estate sale for a chair. I turned around, I was looking for a chair, and I turned, looked at it, and just that feeling hit me, and it was like, no. I'm like, all right, cool. I don't need nothing super haunted, that haunted at my home that it's mad. I'm good. Or like when I was up north, and I seen I had that feeling like, man, something's not right about me. I actually sent a picture to James too. I turned around, there's a whole bunch of Ouija boards and then all kinds of other like mystic um, stuff for witchcraft and all kinds of stuff sitting right there behind me. I'm like, oh, it is time to go. I'm done. Let me get away from this little spot because I was just looking around. I was looking behind me and I was like, it's just something. They just pulled me like, turn around, Ricky. And I'm like, turn around. I'm like, no, I'm good. Y'all stay over there. I'm not messing with Ouija boards.
Well, it's weird too because objects, they'll do that for some people, but not everyone. My dad does painting of houses and buildings and things outside and inside, and he was at this job once of his that the people were getting ready to throw a bunch of stuff out, and he saw this old cookbook, and he thought, oh, this is pretty neat. I'm gonna bring it back home with me since it's gonna be thrown out anyway. Brought it back home, and in a house that already had some minor, very light activity in general, just a few noises here and there, they started hearing footsteps like almost every day around the house. As soon as he brought that thing in the house, and my stepmom had to go and try to figure out why is this happening. And she is somewhat sensitive, and she was able to find that cookbook, and she's like, nope, this has to go. And she got it out of there, and everything calmed down. So it is odd.
That's very interesting. I've never had that experience. I stayed at one of the most quote haunted hotels in Colorado called the St. Nicholas. And I watched people in the lobby they had all their ghost equipment set up and talking about seeing a tree out there with a body hanging on it. And for me, I've just never really had those experiences.
I haven't really either to much extent, but I was in a wedding party where we stayed at a lodge in Washington that's supposed to be haunted. I don't remember exactly the story, but I think there had been a fire at one part of the lodge, years and years and years. Somebody had died, and they say that person haunted the lodge. And we were sitting in a giant lodge, huge fireplace, and it had two like leather sofas that were facing each other on either side of this big fireplace. And behind where I was sitting on one of the couches, there was a piano in the corner, and I had my phone on me, and all of a sudden we were talking about how it was supposed to be haunted, and it was late at night, and everybody else was pretty much asleep, and there were like maybe five of us there sitting on the couches, and all of a sudden the piano in the corner, right as we were talking about it being haunted, started playing just a couple notes, and it was even creepier because it was like a horror movie, just the blink 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 of the piano. And so I was joking, and I put my phone up and took a picture, and sure enough, in the picture all around the piano there were orbs. There weren't orbs anywhere else, but all around the piano there were. So that's the closest I've had to any kind of like ghost, I guess, type experience.
That's wild.
Yeah, it was kind of cool. It was
We-
definitely funny in the moment.
Yeah, weird how your intuition was right. Like, okay, let's take the picture and laugh at ourselves later. And you're
Right.
like, oh crap.
Yeah, exactly.
This isn't what I thought at all.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen the videos of the Tesla cars driving through the graveyards and picking up the IR image, I guess, of people walking around allegedly?
No, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's creepy. Yeah, because it's supposed to show you like there's a person around you, and yeah, the Tesla car is actually showing figures in graveyards where there's nobody standing right there, and it's maybe it's super sensitive, maybe it's a
At the
glitch.
at the backstage speakeasy, we just watched this, so it's on my mind. It's a little bit of a spoiler in a way, I guess. But have any of you seen the movie The Fifth Wave?
Mm-mm.
Oh, it's a good movie. You guys should go and watch it. It's an I don't know, maybe like a 15-year-old movie or so by now, but it's a lot of predictive programming. Well, anyway, I won't give it away. It doesn't really matter, but it kind of ties in. It makes me wonder, like, if they could program it to see things that aren't there, to try to show us things that aren't real, as a manipulation as well. Just a thought. It ties into the movie.
That's half the game there, isn't it? That
Right.
predictive programming and the mass media and trying to make us believe things that may not be real. And I think it's important to kind of make this a distinction for ourselves as part of these conversations for exactly that reason, because it's like, wait, and that's why I brought this up earlier. It's like, okay, so the predisposition of belief itself might open you up to experiences. But what about the predisposition of the mass media telling you what to believe? Like suddenly, like we're hyper reality and AI and all the crazy stuff we're always talking about. Strap in. It's that, as I always say, things are about to get weird, and it's just, I don't know, it's happening. It's just strap in. It's happening.
Right. It's such a quick pace too. Yeah, discernment is key.
Yeah, it makes me think of those the structured light sensors or those the cameras that they had on the Xbox Connect that are being used in recent years for paranormal investigations, where they'll show stick figures of light on this display if there's supposedly something in front of it, and it's really gotten all over all the paranormal investigation reality shows and everything, and it's really common now. And it makes me wonder how much of that, because it's a reality show, how much of that is that sort of programming or that just making stuff up to get the ratings. But then there's also, I've found at least one account of someone who is working with a camera like that in a college setting in a small office on their own, and they were getting these stick figures. They were getting exactly that thing that you hear about on the reality shows, but in a setting where they weren't looking for ghosts. So, as usual, I think, and Mike says this all the time too, Michael Strange, two things can be true at the same time. There probably could be things that get picked up, but then also there's that mass media, the huge networks that put out all these shows now and have entire platforms that are based on the income from that probably at this point.
Well, we were talking earlier about Bluebeam, and I know I tend to think of Bluebeam as like this one kind of pivotal event that might happen, but if we look at how things are going, oftentimes they don't want to give us one big pivotal event. They do things in like a slow roll. And so it almost makes me wonder if Bluebeam could be something like that too, where it's not going to be one big thing that's going to unite all of us like we've been told, because they've even told us that. Look back at Reagan and others who brought that up. But maybe it would be something that is more of like a slow roll and done in small pockets in different places. So just something to consider.
Yeah, and it makes sense with that, with the way things are repeated in general. The whole UFO disclosure thing over the years, over and over again, then that could fit into that pretty well too.
Ricky, I have to go. My family's about to get home, so it's going to get really noisy over here. But I have two young kiddos, for those who might not know. But it's been so great to get to talk with all of you. And Ricky, congratulations again on the 100th stream. Thank you for having me up here with you to celebrate.
Yeah, appreciate you. And I know Sweets will drop links, and y'all follow her, and y'all follow everybody. Follow everybody. We always, like a lot of us saying on our streams and stuff like that. The tide brings up all ships. So we work together, and like you said, Indy, we're better together. We work together, and we can bring all of our stuff up. We can bring every channel up, and and it's cool that now we get more people connected.
Absolutely.
All
right. Well,
Take care,
I'll
Indy.
chat for a bit. Much love, you guys.
Pleasure, Indy. Take care.
See ya.
Take care, Andy.
Now I have to figure out how to leave.
You just close. There you go. She figured it out. She's smart.
When in doubt, grab the hammer.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, weird. That's weird. It's good to see some old friends here. Shout out Jess. I haven't talked to her in literally years. So good stuff. Good stuff.
Oh yeah. That's what I was kind of. I've been excited about this for a while now. That I had it when it all worked in my head, like planning this out, or not planning. Just reaching out to a bunch of people and say, "Hey, would you come on?" Like, yeah. And I was like, "Yeah, this would be cool. It'll be connect old people that know each other, and then how you have people that that never met before, never knew about each other, get to talk to each other, and get to have that dialogue, and now open up that door. Maybe this opens up the door for Jess to start streaming again and putting out content. It'd be nice to see her back doing content again.
Absolutely. And by the way, she had a fantastic point about sort of that summer season of disclosure where people release the UFO documentaries right in the spring to go to contact in the desert to pimp their stuff. She's a pattern seeker, and she recognized a perfect pattern of exactly what's happening. And of course, it's for the mind space. It's the gray matter between her ears, like I always say. Like, hey, it's summertime. If you don't believe in UFOs, who even are you? Watch this video.
It's always a book. It was the Echo Fish. Always a book.
And the books always do really, really, really well for those people that, not that I'm bitter, I don't like that, but
I've said this a lot, not a lot, several times, but I've tried to get it past a contact in the desert over and over again. I don't even get a response, not even an FU, just a no answer. So I think that tells me my space of the pecking order in that area. But also, by the way, if anybody knows me, I really kind of don't care. I think if I got a pass, I don't think I'd go. That's a long drive over there. No thanks.
Well, and to Ricky's intro, it's a big club, Michael.
Indeed.
You ain't in it.
Exactly right.
Absolutely. It's crazy. I commented that on somebody's, man, what was the post? I had to look at the post was. It was pretty funny. And I made that comment, and I had a whole bunch of people reaching out to me, and, oh, yeah, you're right. Let me see if I find it. Because it is. I mean, there's this, we're looking at, let me see what it is. Doggone it. My Marine. Oh, Don Jr. for political, real quick. We'll throw political banter here for 2 seconds. Don Jr. just married the daughter of Epstein's personal banker. Nothing to see here whatsoever, folks.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
Yeah. And that's all made a big club, and we ain't in it.
That's fact checked by Grok. That's real. Like, oh, okay, all right. I'm sure there's nothing to see here. This is totally fine. Oh my goodness.
Well, you know
good
what?
handlers. But yeah, it's yeah, like you said, there is a pecking order and stuff like that. Though, if you did want to go, I bet you could get with Jess, and Jess might be able to help you. If you did decide you want to make that trip, she might be able to get you in there. I know she's been down there before.
Like I said, it's a long drive. I'm a busy guy.
Yeah. And gas is expensive right now. Good God Almighty.
That is a fact right there.
And I don't even want to think about where y'all are at. It just gets worse as you go west. It seems to get worse and worse until you hit the ocean. It's really bad.
Well, we talked about this, Ricky, with David last Sunday. My gosh, about the paranormal conferences, not necessarily the UFO ones, but just the paranormal ones, and how it's so hard for people to be able to afford to go. And I told him about, and I mentioned I went to one once, and it took family and friends literally helping me out with resources and donations here and there, and just it was a mess to try to go there, and it was really not all that much fun. I'm sorry to say, I would never want to go to one myself, just on my own again. I'm not interested.
It is crazy, like we talked about, Sunday before last with David Glidden, and he spoke at a bunch of different paranormal conferences and stuff like that in the Midwest, and he was talking about it. But you do, we had one here in Memphis. It was just a con. It wasn't paranormal, but it was a con, and and I remember they were like a grappling tournament. I think there's one of the places that's huge. Jamie's competed over there even. You got one side they have volleyball going at the same time and a grappling tournament, and then in the other side of the room they had a con going on at the same time, and they've had basketball tournaments and a wrestling tournament and jiu-jitsu and volleyball at the same time. It's like it's massive place, and I just walked through there and I walked around a little bit, and then I come back and I told some people, yeah, you just walk over here, and then they had a guy all dressed up, like an ogre or something like that, standing in the doorway, and they're like, no one can pass, well, how much is it? It's like $150. Like, I'm not paying $150 to walk around with. I just walked around already. And if I did pay that and I walked in there, I'm raising hell because I'd been mad as hell because it wasn't. I'm like, there's nothing. There's a few people there, I mean, and he made sense though. Like, they had to charge so much because they wanted to get a few good names and they want to pay.
Oh yeah.
Pay out the ass for them to show up, and so, but it's like, man, it's. And then he was talking about like some of the conferences and stuff like that, and the cons is like, not putting no new information out there, just rehashing. I guess now that maybe with the aliens and stuff, you got all the new stuff that just hit. They'll have something new, but now most of the time it's just rehashing the same. Here, you hear people talk and you watch whole clips from it. It's like they're saying the same crap they've said the last 15 years, and it's like, man, y'all went to all the way up there and spent, $800, and, like if I went out there, hotel and fuel and food and, I'd spend $1,000 to show up there and partake and hear the same things I
already know.
Rehash. Like, I already know. Really, truly, absolutely.
You know what it reminds me of too? So there's on the South Vegas Strip, there's the Vegas sign, right? And there's always a line of people, right? Everybody gets in line and they queue up. But what's happening is there's like an influencer up there. There's like an Elvis singer or somebody taking pictures for people or whatever it is, right? Like there's somebody that's like kind of like blocking the space. But you could literally just skip the line, go up there, take your pictures by yourself with your own angles and just kind of cut them out of it. But it's weird. So there's no actual like line space. It's a headspace. It's here's the line, we'll get in the line. And these people wait like an hour to like get in the line and get to the front to take the picture with like the Elvis person or whatever. But there's no actual line there. I mean, it's wild. Like we're sort of cooked into this idea that, we have to go to this thing to become part of this group, and then we wait in line like cattle, and then when you could just skip the front and just take your picture yourself. I mean, it's absolutely incredible. Every time I drive by there's a big fat line of people just waiting to get their picture, and there's like one or two people at the front, not affiliated with anything, but they're taking tips and making money and kind of controlling this space, the mind space of the person. It's wild. It's wild and it's real.
That's crazy. Jeez. That's I've never been to Vegas. I know some friends and stuff been out there, and it'd be cool, one of them cool things to visit sometime, but it's just wild to hear, just
Yeah. I'll be right back.
To your point, Michael, when I see things like that, because that happens here in Colorado in the mountains too, and it's very similar, and I always look at that and I'm like, oh, the conditioning works.
Yeah, 100%. Like you see the line, you get in the line. Like you don't ask the questions, like you pay the fee.
Nobody looks around and says, hey, wait a minute, I can go to the other side, get the same picture. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting.
A little selfie mode on the phone as you're walking by, and keep on walking and just whatever. I know that's what I would do.
Stay there, hold your own court. Like you compete with the other influencers. Like, hey, tip me, I'll take your picture. Forget Elvis.
Yeah. I'm from Memphis too. Come on, get over here. I'm good. Look. That's crazy. It's funny, and it's funny that you're thinking that they're waiting in line for an imposter. It ain't Elvis. Like if you
no,
or it's not Spider-Man or Batman or whatever they're waiting in line for. It's somebody in a costume, but you think it's partly alcohol though, isn't it?
No, because I go by at like 8 in the morning or 8:30, 9 in the morning, whatever. Like so,
but they're still drunk from the day before.
True, maybe, but you get what I'm saying. Like that, I don't think 2/3 of that line is drunk at 8:30 in the morning. I don't think so. But they're definitely waiting in line. So maybe they're definitely hungover.
Man, I don't know. Jamie, you've been to Vegas, haven't you?
I've been a few times.
I thought so. That's right. You've been with the fights and stuff.
Yeah,
You know, with
went to Danny's fight in Vegas at the Apex, and then my dad lives there, so I've been there a dozen times. I mean, even as a kid, I started going there when I was, uh, I think the first time I flew to Vegas by myself, I was like 10 years old. Kind of, kind of a cool story. So the F-117, when they first started testing that aircraft, of course, they're flying it out of Groom Lake, and Nellis Air Force Base is one of the testing grounds for that aircraft. And when I was a kid, I remember getting up on the diving board, and you could see right over the fence where the pool was on base. It went right out to the flight line. And as a 10-year-old kid, I was very knowledgeable of aircraft, and I knew, what all these planes look like because my dad worked out on a flight line. So up on the diving board, I see a whole handful of black F4s, and they have all these F4s that are painted jet black. So many, 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 many years down the road, me and my dad are randomly having a conversation, and he goes, "Yeah, we've brought up those F4s," and he goes, "Yeah," he goes, "they had all those F4s painted black so that if anyone ever said, 'Hey, we saw this black plane shoot across the sky,' they would say, 'Nope, nope, it's one of the black F4s we've got painted, and we're just doing war games with them.'" So yeah, I thought that was kind of an interesting tidbit.
Doesn't
He
surprise me.
shared with me down the road.
So if you go up to Tonopah, it's 2 hours from Vegas. It is the home of the F-117, and they've got a plaque now. Like it was like UFO Central on the extraterrestrial highway because that's where that MFer was zipping around, like not making noise, dark, not dark, like. And there you go. They have their cover story, right? You always got to have a cover story, or else what are you doing?
The B2. Wait, is that the one? Am I right here? God, now I'm drawing a blank. The B2 is the wing-shaped one, right? Now I got to look it up. Yes, sorry. The B2 is the big, giant, fucking wing-shaped looking one. When they first started flying that thing around, bro, like the UFO reports that started coming in from that aircraft. I mean, because it looks like a fucking triangle wedge flying through the sky, and you can't hear it.
Yeah.
All you see is this shadow in the sky, and they shut the lights down on it, so it doesn't even really have any lights on it. You just see this thing, like it's a wild looking aircraft, bro.
I bet.
And it's real.
Yeah.
That shit is real.
Hey, the scariest sight I've ever seen is we were on an op one night, and to have a KC-130 flying overhead, one of those big gunships, the Hercules. Is that what it is? Which one's got the guns in it? Gotta say, I know about airplanes, and now I can't fucking remember. But we were doing an Op 4 training mission one night where they had this aircraft flying overhead, IDing all of us on the ground, and you can hear that motherfucker. Yeah, that's scary. Got to be on the ground seeing that thing flying over you. Yeah, the AC-130, not the KC, the AC-130. Yeah, it's basically got a howitzer out the side of it, a fucking tank cannon.
Wow.
Testing your DNA from orbit or whatever.
I don't think there's any DNA left if that thing hits you. Okay, like.
That's true.
It's a greasy spot. Goodness.
I don't even know if there's any grease left.
A few atoms here and there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. I remember seeing when I was on the bases and stuff. I remember seeing them big. What was it the C340?
C5.
C5, the big the carrier haulers that hold tanks
Yeah.
and that big monster come in and land is like a freaking office building come down and landed in front of you. That thing was huge.
You got a C-17 Globemaster. You got the C-5. Yeah, those are pretty big planes, man. Big freaking aircraft.
They can hold like 30,000 troops and tanks and everything at the same time. Yeah, they can hold like it's a lot. It's a monster, absolutely monster plane.
Well, that's why I say so much now that when it comes to anything in the sky, I'm unless there's literally creatures around it, or that lands and beings come out, or some kind of other anomalous thing that happens. Telepathic contact, you hear about that sometimes. I had that once. Um, unless there's other things going on, I'm going to just assume that any lights in the sky or craft in the sky is made by some humans from somewhere.
I think that is a wise course of action, James.
Yeah, it's even with all the the satellite trackers, plane tracker, like the apps they have now on phones. That's just as far as I've heard. That's just the stuff that uses transponders or whatever. That's just the stuff that is allowing itself to be kind of seen in some way. Um, so that doesn't rule out other, again, just secret programs stuff, whatever is out there.
Hmm. Oh yeah, there's a lot of experimental planes and stuff and technology that I mean, was that one the technology they came out and found that guy up in the mountain supposedly, and still I got questions on that, but um, found his heartbeat up in the mountain
Allegedly.
allegedly. I still what is a colonel doing? Not behind a desk, I don't know, but that's neither here nor there.
They do tell us some good stories these days, though.
Yeah. Them
Well,
tails getting long, tall, and them are getting really tall.
The other thing that always makes me wonder about all this is you hear people say if they're into the UFO thing, well, pilots know what they're talking about, and no other part of the government or military would, fly experimental or secret craft around, regular craft like the pilots that are seeing these things, because it'd be putting them in danger. And I'm just thinking, it's the government. They they don't they don't care. If a couple pilots have an accident, they really, I mean, they'll act like they do, but I don't think they care. So it still could be, even with those very supposedly credible sightings of things from all these pilots over the years. I'm not saying that they're lying. I'm saying who knows what could be from governments that they're not being informed about because they're not supposed to be.
Right.
Well, we got hundreds of yeah, we got hundreds of projects showing that they don't care. We got MK Ultra.
Yeah.
Which we don't even, half of the program, we don't even know what they did. We just know numbers beside it showing that they don't care. A, a couple pilots, oh well.
Yeah, put out all the the politicians to act like they're they're so sad, and that's such a terrible thing to according to them, which it is. But meanwhile, in the background, they're like, "Oh man, we messed up that time. All right, try this again."
Mm-hmm. Damn, we destroyed that multi-million-dollar plane.
Yeah.
What about the people?
Yeah.
We get more of them.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of cheap, like we just kind of draft them from the thing, and then we tell them all the things, all the great jobs they're going to get afterward. They're cheap. It's crazy. Like think about that too, like the human equation as part of it. They're like, well, To make an omelet, you got to crack a few eggs or whatever. Like, back to what's the guy say from Tyler Durden from Fight Club, right? I mean, I know that saying goes back a long way, but like, how many eggs you gonna crack, guys? Like, and how many is an acceptable number? Like, that becomes the wild part of that conversation.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's what's that saying? The one hand doesn't know what the other hand is doing. So you never know.
And look into, pardon me, Tuskegee or any of the Vietnam operations on our own soldiers. That I think that number is unlimited, Michael.
That's a big number. Hey, Algo, it flipped on its head. It's a big club, and we are in that one. It's weird, right?
Yeah, I don't know if you saw in the chat earlier. Our club's better than their club.
I did see that, and you're absolutely right, 100%. Like, I think when you boil it down, right, the quality of people that we, for whatever reason, is just sort of swirled into this amazing amalgam of ideas is. Hey, I'm blessed to be here. I'm blessed to know you guys, and thanks for just allowing me to be part of it. And building spaces where we can talk about ideas that are not that are verboten ideas. I mean, this is good stuff. For all the technology you can dump on, hey, here we are using technology and using it in the opposite way.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword. I mean, without technology, we wouldn't be able to do all the things we do and connect with all the people, and we've all done it. Having on our shows, talk to people all around the world, literally. From Chile with like Kramos, and then all the way England and Australia and everywhere between, and having that opportunity to be able to talk to so many people that we never would have met beforehand without it. But of course, on the other side of it is they can use that technology to manipulate and twist and push a narrative and dumbfound and dumb down a nation so to keep them eating mushrooms and liking it.
Not even the good mushrooms.
Not even the good mushrooms.
Just the good mushrooms.
It's more like keep them eating just pasta, like just all the processed stuff. That's really what it is. I mean, my gosh.
I like pasta.
Oh, I do too. And I could eat it all week, but yeah.
Yeah, carbs are good.
Well, that's the biggest thing that's always bugged me, you hear all the people on the news and stuff like, well, people should eat healthier foods, all these, their veggies and fruit and all that stuff, and less of the other stuff. And then, it's like, okay, you're on the news there. How much are you getting paid? Like, sure, you can probably afford all that, all the fresh veggies, and if they go bad on you before you get to them, oh well, you can afford to get new ones right away. It's just the whole money aspect of all that is just so annoying. As far as they tell people that they're being terrible people if they don't eat healthy food, while not giving them the resources to do that.
Well, that, and then they change what healthy food is every day.
That too.
In the 90s, it was, don't eat eggs and don't eat milk, and then they turn around, oh no, you got to have eggs and you got to have this, and and pork is bad, and then pork's other white meat. It just is whatever industry is paying out enough money to propaganda to, our numbers are going down. It's just like, why we even have cereal today because of damn, propaganda and cigarettes are the same thing. It was all propaganda and diamonds, diamonds and everything else. Like,
Yeah.
Like even like lobster and crab used to be poor people food. That was common people ate that because that was just right there. Now it's a delicacy and they charge out the ass for it now. And diamonds the same thing. They had so many of them, and they're like, wait a minute, we got to do something with all these damn diamonds we got. And we'll start putting them on wedding rings. And diamonds is a woman's best friend. Bullshit,
Propaganda's fierce. It's hard to shake it too, right? There's still like these cultural icons, beacons of truth that are just propaganda nonsense from 50 years ago. Speaking of diet too, remember the American Heart Association? I bring this up from time to time. They were the shining beacon of health, and now they've just been exposed as frauds over the past 5 years. Oh, by the way, they were just cooking the books, trying to sell particular stuff from particular lobbies. I mean, shocker, right?
I'm shocked. Yeah.
Exactly. Like just like Ricky said, they keep changing what's healthy and what's not, and so you can't even guess. Like, okay, let me ask you a question, like as a thought experiment. So in 2026, right now, today, is coffee good for you or is it bad for you?
I feel like I've heard both this year.
every other week, right?
Yeah. Well, it's like the food pyramid. The food pyramid is upside down now. Well, wait a minute. We're supposed to be the other way. So, and it's like they change your mind on everything. I mean, and on one side of it, hey, with science and and doing experiments and doing stuff like that and doing research, you should, there should be mind changing and doing things, unless you're working in Egypt, and then you can't change shit. But you know, but it still is just like you can tell that it's just absolutely who's got the top dollar at this moment, and that's what they're pushing out there and throwing out there, and that's what this is what's good right now. This is what's wonderful. That's bad. And they've been doing it, for 150 more years now. Look at hemp. With the Declaration of Independence was written on hemp. All the ropes that all the ships they had was made with hemp. You can take an acre of hemp and outproduce wood by multifold. But but it was hurting lumber industry, and then it was hurting so many different things. And they're like, wait a minute, we can't do that. So let's demonize it. Let's put it all in the box of weed and you watch some old shows and old TV shows, and they bring it into, and like, people are going crazy and they're attacking people because they're on weed, and those evil people. I mean, always even to the 90s and stuff, late 80s and stuff, and what was that TV show? And then it was like right at the end of one of the episodes, like, and such and such smokes weed, and they're like, dong, the music just went. It's like, oh my God. And it's like she had killed somebody. Like, it was the most horrible thing in the world. And it's like, man, it's crazy.
The gateway drug. 100%.
Yeah, the gateway drug, absolutely.
I think that was an episode of 8 is Enough.
Was it?
No, I'm just kidding.
It feels like it should have been. It wasn't.
Dad's going to be really disappointed in you.
Exactly. And if anybody remembers 8 is Enough, God bless you.
Just showing all of our ages on the panel here,
It's funny, just all of a sudden you realize how old you got.
Yeah, absolutely.
Shit, I turned 50 6 months ago. I'm pushing 51 now. Damn it! I'm closer. I'm 50 and a half. Thanks, Whitney.
Because she cares. Because it's just like when you're 2 or 5. You can't put out that half. Well, I'm 6 and a half. You got to keep that up. When you're 50, I'm 50 and a half. My God, don't take away my half, because I earned it.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't know. I felt like every decade has been earned. I was lucky to make it to 30. I was lucky to make it to 40. Somehow I made it to 50.
And I'm 50 with you, brother. I'm 51, probably 6 months older than you ish, or something like that. But we look great, bro. We look great.
Man, dude, I love the fact that people are like, "Damn, really? You're 50?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm doing all right, This woman the other day, I don't know if she was being sincere or if she was making kind of a smart ass comment, but I've been in the casino business for 25 plus years, right? And I could have an executive job right now. I could be in senior leadership somewhere, And I choose to sling ice cream so I can chase this MMA game and I can go be an announcer and I have the flexibility and freedom to do whatever it is that I want to do, right? So this woman the other day, I'm having a conversation with her and she's asking me about public speaking and I'm like, hey, I actually train facilitators and teach public speaking. If you'd ever need some help, I'd love to put your staff through a program. And she looks at me like this fucking ice cream guy is telling me how to train my managerial staff. And I go, yeah, and I kind of lay it out to her, hey, I was part of the training and development team for Delaware North Companies. I was one of our master trainers, traveled the globe teaching new facilitators shit. And she goes, well, wow, look at you now. Just wearing your hat backwards and slinging ice cream, huh? Yeah,
Whoa.
I am.
Whoa.
I am. I'm having a
Okay.
great fucking time doing it. Chasing, dude. Look, I get to announce fights on the weekends. I get to work 8 months out of the year. I get to train jujitsu. I get to do whatever the fuck it is I want to do right now, and I'm not tied. Like I had an iPhone 8 up until 4 months ago that was my iPhone that I had from my career. And everybody's like, man, why haven't you upgraded your phone? I'm like, this is a reminder of the ankle bracelet I had tied to that corporate job to where I had two teams. I got the property team that I work for doing my job as a promotions manager in the marketing department at the casino. And then I got a corporate team that I work for as one of our lead trainers for the entire company. And if my phone rang at 2 o'clock in the fucking morning, you better answer your fucking phone. And I love the freedom that I have right now, man. And you know,
Yeah.
I'll grow up one of these days.
I feel you. I feel you. When I go to bed, I have my phone set at 11:30 p.m. to not take anything, and I go to sleep, and I sleep well, and I wake up, and I wonder what happened during the night. Actually, I don't. I totally don't.
My homies know at 10 p.m. Look, if they need to send me a text message, it better be sent before 9:59 because I got my shit set the same way. 10 o'clock, game over. We're done. Don't call me. Don't text me. Don't message me. Don't show up at my house. The porch light is off and the door's closed, bitch. We are done.
Amen. Hey, but think about all the accolades you could have had if you followed the other thing, right?
You know, man, I was actually looking. I cleaned out my closet not long ago, and I saw all my awards from, doing all this shit at work, and I was like, man, I'm like, am I reduced to what's in this fucking box? Like, is this what I am? I've got 40 certificates from the 2 years I was at FedEx. Where I go through all these programs and graduate all this shit, get into management at FedEx, and then decide, nope, we're going back to the casino business. But it was cool, man. We ran the National Park Service. So when you went to Yosemite, the Grand Canyon, Yellowstone, we operated the majority of lodging, retail, and food and beverage operations within those facilities. And dude, I got to travel all over the country, going to these different parks, ballparks, baseball stadiums, football stadiums. So yeah, it was fun. But I'm reduced to a box now. So now I got all these fancy jackets behind me, and now we do this MMA thing, and it's a lot of fun. So.
And stand up from time to time, and who knows what else. And
I don't do stand-up in Memphis, unfortunately. Hopefully one day I plan to change that. January 6th got me blackballed from the stages in Memphis. Apparently, coming out as a Trump supporter and a conservative was very bad for my comedy career.
In that neck of the woods? That doesn't make sense in that neck of the woods, really?
Well, Tennessee is a great place to live. But the politics of Memphis and Nashville are very California-ish.
Gotcha. Okay.
especially Memphis, it's very lots of dead people voting, and and yeah, it's known. We had one politician embezzled a lot of money, went to prison, got out of prison, got reelected, embezzled more money, went back to prison. Like, just it's been.
You got to ask yourself, how is it that these people keep getting reelected?
Yeah.
You know,
It's like Brazil. Brazilian politics are like, oh, we're going to take the guy that's been in prison for a decade, and we're going to get him out of prison, and we're going to elect him president again for all the corruption he did. It's like, what the hell? And then we're going to call him the savior of things because, you know, the country was headed in a wrong direction. What the hell is going on?
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic of brainwashing that we have. You know, and the thing is I honestly don't even believe it's brainwashing. I think that if you really dug down deep and you really started looking into things, I think that election fraud is way more prevalent than people really think it is. You know, Whitney hit me up this morning and is like, Jamie, what happened in Nashville? You know, why is the Nashville explosion all of a sudden all over my Twitter feed? And I'm like, well, because in 2020, they say that building housed servers that were directly tied to the fraud that tried to take place. The only reason Trump didn't lose in 2020 was because he had such a massive voter turnout that they couldn't. But I think the operation was in, and that's why they blew up the building in fucking Nashville. You know. Also, that's why I'm unemployable right now, because I have a lot of conspiracy theories, and I'm very open about it. Don't ask me a question, because I'm gonna fucking tell you the truth. You know.
Oh, I'm gonna bury one more nail in the coffin of my own coffin. Like, I feel you. And it's why I don't do politics, by the way, because look, there's so much nuance and there's so much like, okay, so let's talk about this particular space, this particular area of not just idea, but in terms of politics, the nuance of such. But nobody wants that. They want, again, to cancel you, to polarize the entire thing, to make all these accusations about things that did or didn't happen, and then move on, and then, like you said, to reelect the guy who just got out of jail. Like, I mean, this is 2026. This is the modern space, and we're supposed to believe these people. It's crazy.
Right.
Yeah, it's all red blue. I was gonna say it's all red blue, and everybody wants to pick a color instead of actually picking people or looking into their policies or looking at anything. I seen what's his name that's running for L.A. mayor.
Spencer Pratt.
Yeah, Spencer Pratt. He turned around and they there was a lady who was sitting there and she was just parroting everything that the media has said about him. Whatever, he's just a reality star from 20 years ago. Blah blah blah. And then the guy was asking her, like, well, how do you know why he even run? He's just like, no, because his house burnt down and he kind of got mad because his house burnt down and they haven't done nothing out there for it. They haven't rebuilt any of those houses. They haven't released permits or anything like that. And I was like, and it kind of showed. And she actually like turned sides. Actually, it was kind of interesting to see. She was like, oh, okay, maybe this would be good. Now, not saying that it's not that I'm giving my thumbs up for Spencer Pratt, but it's one of them things that it's seen that just because the people over the blue or the people in the red say this is bad or this person's bad, you can't just look at that. You got to look at the whole big picture and say, okay, we've seen that, and I think you've seen that in Kentucky with Massey right now. We've seen, which has been interesting to me and looking into that, especially since TPUSA, backed his account, the person that was against him, even though Charlie Kirk loved Massey and was his favorite politician, but all of a sudden now that Kirk's gone, they're backing the opposite person. We won't say why.
I think they killed that dude, man. I think they killed that dude. And the more you listen, bro, the more you dig into it, the wilder the shit gets. One, they paved over that spot instantly the day after it. Then the fucking plant in Tennessee blows up. Are you guys familiar with the plant in Tennessee that happens to make micro explosives?
Nope.
And dude, gone off the map, doesn't exist anymore. You know what I mean? There also happens to be this wild country that was really, really good at micro explosives and put them in a bunch of pagers and sent them to their enemy. Y'all probably never heard of that before. That other.
I heard of that.
Yeah. Same dynamic, though, in what happened to Charlie Kirk. You know, the more and more I look into it, I think this shooter story is bullshit. I think that, Whitney, what's the name of that TV show that we talk about where the kids are manipulated? Utopia. Have you guys ever seen the TV series Utopia?
Sadly,
Bro.
I have not.
So they only made one season of it. It's fucking wild. Like, there are scenes where they have these kids that basically are raised in facilities that are brainwashed from youth of what their mission is, what their whole goal in life is, and it's to fulfill the mission and go do what you're told. And they make these kids look like other kids to set them up. And I watch that shit and I'm like, I fully believe that things like that are happening right now. I think that all these shooters that we have right now that are part of the whole LGBT movement that are I mean, this mosque just got shot up by these two dudes that apparently were in a relationship together. They talk about the Tennessee guy that got convicted a couple years ago that they painted as a white supremacist, Nazi, Trump supporter. But everything you see about this kid tells me he's part of the Purple Hair Mafia as well. You know, and these dudes are activated. They're all on medication. They're all part of that extreme leftist ideology. And I think that they've got an entire army of people right now that they can activate when they get ready to. And I think it's coming. The summer of love of 2020 ain't got shit on what's about to happen. Because right now you've got the teenage takeovers that are happening in cities across the United States. You've got people that are actively on film antagonizing police officers and National Guard, trying to make joke videos and shit. Somebody's going to get fucking killed by these guys, and it's going to set off a major chain of events. For anybody that doesn't know what happened in the Middle East when ISIS became ISIS and the official revolution and the Arab Spring happened, it started in Syria. It started when the guys went against the president in Syria, him, and these kids basically spray painted some graffiti on a schoolhouse wall. Local police come in, they punish the kids, the people rebel a little bit against the police department, they send the troops in, they rebel against the police department, the troops shoot a couple people. All of a sudden, it sets off a chain of events that spreads throughout the Middle East, where you've got Syria, Libya, Egypt. I mean, it's coming, bro. The American spring is.
God, let's hope not. Okay, let's put that term in our back pocket and never bring that up again. Let's hope not.
I'm just telling you, you know, and the teen takeover thing, I think they really need to look into it more, because is it isolated pockets where kids are mimicking other activity, or is there somebody outside coordinating these things? You know, because when you have 400 or 500 teenagers show up randomly, who's coordinating that?
Yeah, that's not. Everything's fake. I've been saying this for a long time. Everything is astroturfed. Every single damn thing that we're reacting to is some think tank money base funneling information in to cause what you're describing, right? Some you get a bunch of people into space. One stupid dude does one stupid thing, gets shot. Everything kind of cascades after that, and it's predictable. It's predictable and it's repeatable. It's right. What is it? Problem, reaction, solution. This is the same thing.
Right.
Not just I've been talking about. Many of us have been talking about forever, and it's easily done. You just have to whoop up all these people and make them believe that they're on the right side of history, and they need to go kill Hitler, and that's that. And then guess what? This is what we get time and again, over and over. It's yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you 100%. I'm gonna shut my mouth because I talk too much.
No, you're fine, brother. They just had an incident that happened. So in Fort Hood, in Texas, there outside the main gate, there's a park on the other side of the street where the main gate is. That public space, but it's owned and operated and patrolled by the military and the MPs. So this large takeover took place there this past weekend, and MP shot someone. Now the question is was it a random park and it just so happened to be there, or were they testing the limits of the base security a little bit? You know, we know that election year, for the last few years, we've had two things that have happened. One, we've had a virus, and it seems like every 2 years another one pops up, and you can West Nile, you know, the hantavirus. There's just so many different viruses that pop up on election season. But
Zika.
over
Don't
the
forget Zika.
Zika, right? But then over the last 8 years, maybe 10 years, now we've started to see social disturbances happen where large groups of people, whether it be the riots of 2020, it's the protests for Donald Trump that started back in 16, you know, these protests have grown because 20 years ago they started out as the Occupy movement, where they were putting all these people in different spaces, and they figured out, well, we can't get these white people to jump off and do anything crazy, so now let's incite the black population. And now all of a sudden you've got the black population that's popping off, and they have figured out how to emotionally charge these people. Black Lives Matter in 2020 pulled off the greatest scam ever. They got cities across the nation to burn down their own fucking neighborhoods. Like, dude, somebody's paying for that. Somebody's paying for all those posters and flyers to get dropped off, those pallets of shit to get dropped off. Somebody's funding that operation.
Yep.
Oh, no doubt. And you're looking at, they have, control over certain social media, like TikTok and stuff. It got bought out, and then now you can push, using the algorithm or whatever they want to push. They can push push them kind of videos to certain people. They can see it. You stop on there for more than 3 seconds, all of a sudden you got this type of video on you, and then once you see something so many times, and it infuriates you, like, oh, I can't believe they're doing this, or this person doing this, and then you get in your mind that you absolutely, hate this group of people, even though you have no idea or never met one or anything like that, or even on either side. I've seen so many people nowadays. I see it on social media all the time, and I don't even try to comment. I don't even want to get into the big long debate. And a lot of times, and half the time now, it's bots too. We know we got bot farms running around and spreading stuff too. That's the other side of the coin. Is a lot of people are saying all this terrible stuff, and it's a damn computer or a little cell phone in a whole farm, and that's who you're arguing with. So it's like there's no point of arguing. There's no point, and I was like, that's the other side. There's no point of me, like Facebook ads and stuff like that. There's no point in that either, because it's probably bots too just sitting there looking at my stuff. Go ahead.
So
Jamie.
check this out. So forgive me, but internet bitches, okay? These different fake hotties or whatever, right? One chick may operate 30 different accounts across the country using the same photos, the same images, the same posts, just got 30 different accounts set up because they're all monetized and she's profiting off of it, right? The people that get involved in these bot farms it's the similar kind of stuff where they're basically tied in with, they're following 100 different local news pages. You'll jump on your local Memphis news page and look up WRAG and go to their Facebook page. You've got people commenting from all over the nation that have nothing to do with Memphis. And then you go in and you look at their account, and it's like 4 profile pictures and then a bunch of just random posts, and then that's it. I believe that it's bot farms. I think most of the people that you're interacting with online, unless you know that handful of people, it's all bullshit, man. You're arguing with a fucking computer.
Yeah. So the AI takeover is probably here.
Right.
In a sense.
Yeah, and the biggest thing with all that too is, even if you're not looking into, like, I don't look into anything political because it to me it's all just sad and just annoying and BS. But and I tell this every once in a while when I'm on shows and things because I think it's important. I have family that's on Facebook, so I'm on Facebook. I don't scroll through it usually. Happened to see this post about a UFO sighting, and I thought, oh, that's just interesting. And I wasn't looking at the comments intentionally, but I saw the first one. Of course, it was a comment from who knows who it was, making a political analogy out of a UFO sighting. And I had, before I even knew what I was doing, I had already clicked on the reply field to type in a reply to say how stupid that was or how annoying that was. And I stopped myself barely, and because I realized that's what they wanted. But it was just, so even people that maybe are not looking into all these politics and all that, they're looking to get people like that, like myself, involved in all that too, but by that way, in that method. Just taking something that does not have anything to do with any of the politics and stuff, and making a political statement on it.
It's all about the engagement, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's probably been 2018 or so, but I found this YouTube content creator called Azzyland, and she was kind of funny, so I watched a few of it. And then it recommended this other one called Sniper Wolf. And so I watched them and I compared. I figured out they're coming out of the same studio.
Really?
Oh, geez.
And when you watch them and you look at the graphics and you look at the cuts and the angles and the cameras and then I did a little research, and back then there were studios producing maybe 20% of YouTube's content. And I was under the assumption everything was organic, like myself and you, Michael, and Jamie and Ricky and James, and everybody else who's been up here. And I was under a false impression. When I learned that, I would watch YouTube videos and I would look, and then I would go track who they were connected to. And it was all about the clicks and getting the pennies.
Doesn't surprise me. Like I keep saying, everything's fake. By the way, my studio behind me is fake. Let me show you what my actual wall looks like. This is my actual studio. See that corner? Yeah, my walls are actually green. This is the Michael Strange studio, and I do this myself. That's what my shit actually looks like. Yes, that is the corner. Yes, the wall is green. I'm really sorry about that. And anyway. But I mean,
alien green. You gotta...
Full disclosure. That's awesome.
Yeah, full disclosure. I'm just saying. I don't really have this Hobby Lobby stuff on my desk behind me. I really don't.
Well, all of my jackets are real. It's
nice.
Yeah. These are real. I know my other computer I couldn't do a fake background for it. Well, for my first computer for sure, I was using it was a sad poor thing.
Ricky has to be careful cleaning his wall because he's going to rub one of those masks and that bitch is going to come alive. It's
Hopefully it's not the one with the horns.
Yeah, as long as it gives me 3 wishes. Yeah, no, I ain't rub the one with the horns over there. He can stay over there.
I would not touch that one. Well, in that conversation, and to James's point, I think to me it just reinforces the dead internet theory.
It feels that way, doesn't it?
It's
the internet is. I've kind of explained this to Ricky once before. What you see on the internet is what people want you to see. I look at it as a closed system, just like a dial-up modem back in the day that people don't realize what we used to deal with when you used a modem to call up your boy's Commodore 64 so you could play the games that were on his Commodore 64. you could only see what he had on his machine and allowed you access to. The internet is no fucking different. Everybody goes to Google and types in Google. You think Microsoft is giving you the real wide no, they're giving you what they want you to see in that order. Use different browsers when you search stuff. It'll change the way you start receiving information because it's different. The internet is a system to show us what they want us to see. It's yeah, it's a closed system, man.
Just open enough to let us in. Just open enough.
That's it. It's like the little trap with the, if you try to catch a rabbit or a squirrel or something like that, get the little trap, and it's like it is a pow. Now it got us, got us by the hand. We can't leave it. We can't get away from. We're addicted. I seen somebody in the chat talk about like their internet was down for a while, and like man, it would go nuts if they didn't have internet for a long time, and that's the point they got us to. We need. And I'm right there. Of course, I do this, So I'm like, when
Yeah.
one of the first things I did, I started before I even moved over here where I'm at. I was getting internet like, get this installed. Hurry up, and got it, and it actually worked out great. So the day I needed it, it was installed the same day and everything. It worked out really good. But I started trying to get the process before I even sheetrocked the walls. I was trying to get internet over here. It was because I gotta have my internet. I gotta be able to watch my YouTube. And gotta have YouTube to go to sleep to. We gotta have the Ancient Alien Marathon or the Y-Files.
Gotta have standards.
Yeah.
It's funny, my internet went out twice this morning, in the middle of the morning, for like 10 minutes each. So I was like, oh man, hope this is not going to be an all night thing, because I'm supposed to be at a show tonight, and I kind of want to be on there.
Yeah, I had my power go out. It was weird yesterday. I had my power go out at like 11:30 Monday night, and then it didn't come back on until like 1:30 the next afternoon. But I actually did a marathon stream on Rumble to get my hours, and it stayed on. The internet stayed on even though there was no power nowhere else all the way up until I got done that stream, and then it cut off. But I was running generator for power, and it stayed on for like 12 hours, and then it cut off. I'm like, well, it's because we don't have the power outage. I'm like, we had power for 12 hours. Give me my internet back. Damn it. But it worked out good. Like I said, I got my hours for sure, and I streamed for like 11 hours straight, just playing old videos in the back.
Oh, now it's becoming clear what's going on with that. I see. Okay, I get what you're up to over there. Okay, I didn't realize that was a thing. So it's the gamification of Rumble. I've never used Rumble Studio, and Rumble pisses me off so much because it crashes every time I try and watch it. When you're streaming, I'll pull up Rumble because I know you get pennies from that, as do I. I don't get shit from YouTube. So I pull up Rumble and I watch it, and the shit freezes like every 10 minutes. I'm like, what the fuck? And then I have to go back to YouTube. It's crazy.
You got to refresh it, or you back up and click on there real quick, and then it pull it up. It's aggravating. I don't know why there's not so fluid, but they are trying to take care of do better on creators and stuff, like if you hit all the narratives and stuff, you gotta raid some 5 times, and you gotta hit 5 hours of premium, which I'm like, what am I gonna do for premium? I just show other shows and stuff and in the back, That's what I've been doing. Other documentaries and all kind of stuff for my premium content. And then then you gotta stream for so many hours. Then you gotta have so many chatters, unique chatters, which I don't have no issue on that. But it is a bunch of little hoops to jump to. But then you turn around and even if even the smallest channels I got, I'll be be absolutely honest. Like last month, I think I made like $240 off of it, which is it pays my internet bill. And
wait, did you say 240?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Wow.
What am I doing? I'm doing something wrong. I think I
Yeah.
made $2.40.
I mean, normally through the month, it does that. Like, yeah, I must make change, but then, um, uh, here I'll share it. I'll show you this real quick, Mike.
No, offline.
No.
Shop talk is bad. We'll talk about something else. Show me
Oh,
offline. Send me a screenshot
okay,
or
all right.
something. I appreciate it.
Gentlemen, I hate to do this to y'all. I got to bounce. I got to get up in the morning. I got a job to do.
What a job? What the hell?
Yeah,
What kind of
I got
shit
a
is that?
job. It's a job. Slinging them mem pops, baby. Got to make that money, man. Well,
care,
I'm trying.
Jimmy.
I'm trying to stack as much cash as I can before I go down for hip surgery. So we're 3 short weeks away from that.
I understand that.
Yep,
Well, appreciate you being here, Jamie. I'm glad
Yeah,
you were
man,
able to make it
100
on.
shows, baby. I'm glad to be a part of it. James, Mike, Algo, I appreciate you guys, man. Thank y'all for dropping in tonight. Ricky, I hate I couldn't be here on time, dude. Man, work calls and I
It
gotta make
happens.
that coin.
I mean,
Man.
you were here at number 1, and you were here at number 100. That's all that matters, man. That's pretty.
Well, man, I love you guys. I hope y'all have a great night, man. We'll catch up soon.
You're the best. Rest well.
Peace.
Right on. Take care. So real quick, Mr. Strange, with the Brave browser, I don't have Rumble Freeze.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I've
I
got
went
the
through
Brave browser. Okay.
Yeah, I went through several, and that's the one that it gives me the least trouble with. Once in a great while, it'll glitch, but then it picks right back up.
Okay. PSA. Rumble viewers, check out Brave browser. I'm going to do the same because I like I said, I can't.
Hit download.
I've tried so many of them, and I'm just like, I mean, I use what do I use Brave for like the privacy browser, right? Like,
yeah,
when I'm looking up weird shit, like I'm like, I don't want the CIA to fucking really have like that.
Make it a little harder for them to get to.
Yeah, they have to jump through one more hoop or whatever. But okay, all right, I'm gonna put that on the docket. As I made the joke in the thing there, I should tune in or get upped up with the Sniper Wolf Studio because my cam keeps crashing. Like this is like, what is this? Like every 20 minutes, I'm trying to refresh my shit. Anyway, whatever.
I was wondering what that was. Like, I thought you were just like, going incognito there for a second. Let me go back in the shadows and come back out.
It keeps crashing. So if it dips for like 10 or 15 seconds and comes back, it's me sipping a beer. I don't want to be drinking on your stream, right? Like, visibly, I'm sipping a beer. But if it like crashes and I don't come back for like 10 or 15 minutes, it's because it actually crashed.
Oh, hell. That's crazy. I've been looking ever since I got one of them OBS spot, I guess you'd say, whatever, cameras. Ever since I got it, I haven't had it lock up yet. It used to lock up on my GoPro, though. That sucker just freeze. And of course, GoPro's not exactly what it was made for being a webcam. And that sucker gets so hot, it just, it would lock down. Of course, my computer would do the same thing. It gets so hot, it'd lock down. And I don't know why. I was only running 3 screens and streaming and playing videos at the same time. I don't know what the hell is wrong with it.
And how many tabs did you have open at any given time there? I'm just curious.
Probably about 10.
Not 75.
Is that all?
Is that all? Exactly.
This one I stream. That's not normal. When I'm not streaming. When I'm not streaming, yeah, there's probably
I was gonna say, I remember a conversation before about the number of tabs you had open, so it's kind of funny.
Oh yeah, I've had a lot, especially if I catch something and like all of a sudden it's like something new I don't know about it. Oh, it's on. Yeah, I got tabs and streams and you name it. It's go over here and then down the rabbit hole I go and all of a sudden I got 2 different browsers and 14 screens.
Exactly. Yeah. Hey, everything. Just a reminder: everything's fucking fake, guys. Everything's fake. Like, look, and don't forget that you get your time and attention to whatever you think is not. If you think I'm fake, if you think Ricky's fake, if you think James is fake, if you think algorithm is fake, don't spend your time and energy there. But obviously, that's not the case. I'm just saying that, like, look. We are in this information space, the info war, as I think who brought it up earlier. Was it Ashley or was that Indy? Brought up, hey, this is still an information war. That's what this is all about, and it's about what you give your time and attention to. So hey, like if you think I'm a little too carnival barker for you, don't listen to what I say. It's fine. I don't care, because the whole point is peeling off a space that is different, that is interesting, and that we can talk to each other in this sort of bubble, right? Like you're creating a bubble. Ricky's done the same thing. James has done the same thing. Algorithm has done the same thing. All the amazing people that were part of this have done the same thing. It's okay. It's all okay. Give your attention and time and energy to the thing that makes the most sense to you and to the most honest space. Okay? We're not competing here. We're together. This is a group. Like we are, again, I'm grateful and thankful to be part of this. Congratulations again to Ricky on 100 and 1,000 more. But you get it, right? Like you turn on Fox News when you come home, you're giving them your time and your energy.
Mm-hmm.
It's an important thing to say.
Absolutely. I remember I remember I was went over to my parents' house one day. My dad was watching the news, and man, he got so mad. You see his blood pressure going up, and he was just getting madder and madder. And finally, I was like, "Dad, turn that shit off." And he looked at me. He was like, "I said, turn that shit off." Once, a handful of times ever, probably the only time I ever really just told my dad like to do something like straight up, But I said as firm as I could, and he turned it off, and then I was like, "Hey, you're gonna have a stroke." I was like, "You're about to, something's gonna happen." I was like, tell him something else." And he put a comedy on, and everything come back down. And I know I've talked on a bunch of panels about this before, and it's one of them things like it's good, whatever field that you want to look into, if you want to look into some, especially the politics side, you got to take a break on it. You can't take it, 100 miles an hour. That's all you do. I've been there, digging rabbit holes and stuff, and early 2000s, Alex Jones, and Bill Cooper and all that. I've been there, but you have to take a step back and go, okay, I gotta separate myself. Let me look up there, and that's one of the reasons I'm doing the paranormal show on Sunday, just to have that separation. And then the other days, if you can, you got to get out and see the sky, whatever you enjoy doing. And then if you can, absolutely, leave your phone in your car and walk around and just absolutely cut that cord for a little bit, for a few minutes, and that way you can get that balance. If you don't have that balance, if you're just going boom, 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 if you notice it, if you think about it deep down, you're looking at it like, man, I'm more stressed. My hair is turning more gray. I'm falling out, or whatever, and just
Stop.
or just that.
Just stop. Turn it off.
Yeah, turn it off. Absolutely, for a moment, you have to, and it's one of them things we said. Me and Mike Algorithm talked about last night on his show. It's like politics. If you don't pay attention to politics, politics will pay attention to you. So you have to have a little understanding of what's going on and be aware. But you got to separate. You got to cut away and keep yourself sane, because you can drive yourself absolutely batshit insane trying to, keep up. It's just like you hear like keeping up with the Joneses and stuff, and you're over here trying to. I have the same size TV or the same car or all this kind of stuff. They say you'll drive yourself crazy. You can do the same thing with this stuff. You got to everything in balance.
Getting in line in Vegas to take your picture with the thing when there's no actual line, you can just go do it yourself. Skip the line, take it, and then go have fun. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And I had something really smart to say, but I forgot, so I'm going to shut up now. But yeah, fire stuff. Ricky, I appreciate you so much. Like, again, just keep keeping on, man. Keep thinking about ideas. Keep, because I'm winding this up. I'm about to go. I'll stay with you if you're going to stay, but I'm about to go. But also, hey, look, guys. Ideas are important. This entire thing is important. Whether it's this space, the other space, and look what happens when we merge spaces, when we merge ideas, when we spend time together. Like I think we're, as I like to call this, it becomes the larger great conversation. It becomes something a little bit better than just the water cooler talk. It becomes the water coolest talk. Shout out to Night Stalker out there. This is why we do this. Look, Ricky's grinding his guts out. I'm grinding my guts out. James is grinding his guts out. Algorithm is grinding his guts. We don't have to do any of this stuff. We can come home, crack a beer, and watch a ball game. You get it? You too. Get your ass up and talk. The things in your mind need to come out into the space of information so we can win this war. And I don't mean the physical war. I mean the war when it comes to ideas. That's it.
Hmm. And real quick note before we do get out here, next Wednesday is going to be. I think it's going to be a one. This was a show was absolute. Most amazing show for sure. Next week it's going to be an amazing show. I got Derek the Night Stalker with no time limit. I'm going to let him loose. Just let him
Oh
go.
shit. Oh
Yeah.
shit.
I was sitting there and I talked to him about it, and like he goes on other shows, he comes on your shows, but there's, you got a time frame. You got to have,
There's
give an
limits.
opportunity for other people. So,
Yeah.
and I'm like, what, you know, what can Derek do if he has no time limit? And I was like, that's what I've been thinking about. And me and him have been going back and forth for a while now. We've been working on this whole year, truly. And so this next Wednesday, we got Derek. For the ones that don't know, you want to come back. He is a very smart man. And I'm just curious. Can he keep that speed up for like 3 hours straight? I'm just curious.
You bet your ass he can.
I believe he
I
can.
did 4 hours with him. I did 4 hours.
Oh,
You
yeah, I
bet
was
your
gonna say,
ass
I
he
believe
can.
he can. I
You bet
believe
your
he
ass he
can.
can. I was
So
on
it's
Brian
gonna be
Griffin's
awesome.
show with him for 4 hours. About hour 2.5, I was like, oh god, I'm dying, and they were just full speed ahead. he's gonna blow your brain up. He's gonna blow all our brains up. I'm looking forward to that. I'll block 2.5 days from the calendar.
Awesome. Yeah, he said he's off on that night. He's like, he said that's it. And I'm like, he wanted to come on tonight, and I said, well, tonight's the 100 year. I said you can come if you want to, but we got a lot of people coming. He said, well, I'll come next week. I was like, all right, cool. So it's gonna be fun. He's got all kinds of stuff, and who knows where the conversation will go. And yeah, he can talk, and it's very, it's not just gibberish and talking out his butt or nothing. He is very smart and talking very good sense. So yeah, Derek's gonna be fun next week. Try to line up some more guests and stuff too. It's for the Sunday show, and I got some people lined up. It's gonna be fun.
Can I give you one piece of advice with Derek?
Yeah. I'm always
Make sure your lap belt is securely fastened and keep your arms and feet inside of the car.
Facts.
He's
I'm
awesome.
looking forward to it, man. I really am, and I think everybody's going to truly enjoy, having for the ones who hadn't got a chance to listen to them, like all of us here has heard them, talk, and some of the people that's in the chat and that watch the show have not had that great opportunity to hear them, and I think it's gonna be lovely.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you can't beat episode 101 being Derek after this. I mean, there you go. I'm gonna be there as well because I always love talking with Derek, and yeah, that's gonna be a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, well, I ain't slowing down. I'm trying to hit home runs every week. Sometimes you hit that bunt, sometimes, but my God, I'm gonna try to hit a back to back this week.
Oh, you already got it. It's already there.
Heck yeah, and then like I said, some of the Sunday shows with the paranormal stuff. We got some cool people just working on schedules. That's it. Scheduling is always the fun part, and I understand why you don't do that stuff, Mike.
Yeah, fuck that. Fuck all that. It's a part-time job all by itself. I promise you, it is. Like if you guys have never tried to schedule like continual stuff like this, it's crazy. You get cancellations, you get people that don't show, you get this, you get that, you get the problem, this thing, the other. Nope. Guess how I did it instead? I just showed up and was like, let's talk. And here we are. Right here we are. So hey, there's 1,000 ways to do things, and that is not my game. I'm not interested. I'm sorry. It's to my detriment. I should be reaching out to people in the world. I'm thankful that we found each other anyway. Okay?
Absolutely.
That's my space. That's my piece. I'll shut my mouth. Congratulations on 100 and to 1,000 more. Algo, James, you guys know I'm massive fans. Ricky, of course, massive fan. You guys are incredible.
Great to see you, Michael Strange.
And you as well. I'm going to shut my mouth. I'm going to stay here till the end, but I'm going to shut my mouth because I talk way too much. No, I'll be right here. I'll be right here.
Awesome. Yeah, like I said, I appreciate y'all, like everybody being here, and I thought about it still. I was telling who I was talking to somebody. I was like, I got all kinds of videos and stuff pulled, like saved for whatever. I'm like, I ain't gonna have to use none of it. I knew I wouldn't have to use none of it, except for I do want I do want to do the feel good videos. We got to do the cat videos and stuff. We can't end. It's just a tradition here, and we're getting close to like 4 hours in. So
Yeah, I was promised cat videos.
yeah, we got to
Promise cat videos. Can I? I'll shut my
do
mouth
one.
after this. I promise.
I'm over here.
Can we get an outro from Algo and James before we cat video? I want to hear.
Oh,
these
it's like
5 gentlemen.
10, 15 of them or something. It's a lot.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
It's not one. I hit the wrong. I'm over here double the show in here, but yeah. Go ahead. Shout out. I'll go ahead and shout out your channel, and we could go if you want to.
Gotcha. Well, you can find me on Rumble. It's just the algorithm. Most of y'all know me, so I don't want to get into that much. But I do want to say that for a couple of years you've been doing this, and I think it should have been like about 6 or 7 more before that. But you're here now. You do a great job, I think, sharing your perspective on what you see in the world. And it does, as Michael was saying, we need people's voices because we each have a different take on something, and they may be similar, or they may not be exact, or they may be diametrically opposed. But whatever created this place put you here with a mind and a mouth. And I just can't second what Michael said so much that we need so many more people sharing their contribution or their ideas. If we don't, then the prevailing narrative is going to continue, and we look around outside the world and we see that's not very good and happy out there. So we can do better than the system has done. I believe that completely in my gut and in my heart. But it's going to take an overpowering in that information space, and we can only do it if everybody participates however they can. If it's just in chat, then it's just in chat, and that's plenty. But if you can say it, if you can get out there, if you can have your voice shared, I encourage people to come up, talk to me, tell me what they want to say. I don't always get it. I get some of the regulars. Sometimes we get new people. But if you're ever around me in a place and I have anything to say about it, I want to hear what you have to say because I already know what I think. And most people who have listened to me, they already know what I think. Something's going to come up. They're going to have a pretty good idea of what I'm going to say about it, just like Ricky or Michael or James. But we don't know what you have to say. So I will keep encouraging you, Ricky, to keep bringing people on, keep scheduling people, do what you do. You do it really well, and I'm glad and thankful that you asked me to be a part of your 100th.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you, man. And yeah, it's I tell you what, it's been humbling for having all y'all be here for real, and then on top of that, it's been humbling. Like I remember I first started getting like emails and having people reach out to me like, hey, I want to come on your show. I'm like, what are you talking about? This is a scam. I'm real bad about like worried about like spam and stuff like just scams and spam and I'm like, this is bullshit. I'm truly, and then but I've had I've been very lucky. Like I've had politicians on here before, from California. And it's like he wanted to come on here. I've had musicians, and it's like, man, this is wild. And I was very thankful to everybody, coming on here and everybody enjoying the chat. I hate Rumble crash, but that's out of my control, absolute. But I'll put the full video on Rumble, so if somebody wants to go back and watch it on Rumble or something. But yeah, like I said, I appreciate you, and I appreciate you having to give me an opportunity to come talk on your show, and for Mike Strange for giving me opportunities over and over again to come talk on his show and on the radio network. And it's been a absolute blessing. And I've had some people come to me like, man, why do you do this? Or you take too much of your time. You shouldn't you shouldn't do this. You shouldn't. I'm like, but I just know deep down, I should be doing this. I should be doing these things that I'm doing. Just people keep coming back and want to hear and want to listen, and and I don't yell at people like Alex Jones or not. I guess I've heard good things on that. Just I'm not yelling and screaming like Alex Jones, and when I'm putting my point of view, but I appreciate y'all, and I really do, and James, go ahead and everybody knows who the paranormal expert in the universe is. But go ahead, James, and there you.
I have to thank Michael Strange for starting that whole thing, by the way. But and then Ricky for expanding it. Michael Strange just said I was the paranormal expert of Troubled Minds, and that was big enough. And then I get Ricky out here. They call me the expert of the known universe. I don't know about you people, but I do like you all, so I guess I'll let it pass. Um, but no, thank you for letting me join in tonight, and it was a lot of fun. And yeah, I'm just glad to be here. Congratulations again on that 100. Before you know it, you will be to 1,000. Um, speaking from experience, just keep on going. You keep on making shows, and before you know it, you'll be there. And yeah, thank you for having me on. And for anyone that doesn't know me, and you want to hear more of me for some reason, Salcedo Paranormal is the name of my podcast, and that's where I talk all things paranormal. And that's how I was able to join Ricky on Sundays. He mentioned he wanted to do a paranormal show, and I thought, well, I think I can add some stuff to that here and there. And yeah, the scheduling also, Ricky. I really appreciate you letting me be on that show because you're doing the things that I can't easily do myself as much as I like to, all the scheduling and all that. So I really appreciate being part of that as well. So and thank you for having me on tonight.
Yes, sir. Yeah. It's been fun. Like we've had, for the ones who hadn't tuned in on Sundays, we've had ghost hunters, like several different ghost hunters and stuff come on, and different fields in the paranormal, and it's been fun. And I got, like I said, I got some more working on details and stuff. So I've been very more open, reaching out to people and say, hey, you want to come on? If you don't, it is what it is. I don't say it like that, but that's in my head. Like, hey, if they say no, they say no. If they can't, they can't. But they never will if I don't open my mouth and ask. So, and like I said, then I got other people reaching out to me, like, hey, can I come on? We're gonna do this, and so it's been pretty fun. It's been pretty neat. Like I said, I'm glad you're there, James, and it's been a fun journey.
Yep, definitely.
Keep on keeping on. We all appreciate it. We all appreciate it.
As I say, it's not a destination; it's a journey for sure. But I seen in the chat they want the cat videos, they want the feel good videos. So to balance out, which we really didn't do need too much negative tonight, not too much, but we still got to have the cat videos, especially this one. That cats were named of the devil. What more can you ask for?
I'm sure it's fine.
Wait, cats are aliens, but if it's also the devil, then aliens really are demons? That's scary. I'm kidding.
If a cat's ever let you live with it, then you understand that first video pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yes.
Yeah, mine just tore something up over here. I don't know if y'all could hear it. I don't know about echo count. No, sound cancellation did it, but something's broke. I don't know what it is.
I heard something.
Yeah, something went boom. I don't know what it is. Hell, they had to, for whatever reason, they just got an idea that now they want to be on top of my refrigerator. And I've had to take everything off the top of my refrigerator because they were just knocking it down anyway. They knocked a Christmas tree at me the other day. Yeah, I still have my Christmas. It's a Charlie Brown Christmas tree, and then they knocked a thing of razor blades at me. I think they were hungry though, but.
Ooh, man. Dangerous. Getting those blades out, throwing them at you.
Uh-huh. Look at the little baby deer. That's kind of cool. The foot of Jesus. It's kind of scary video for the kitty cat, but it's pretty cool. They caught the kitty.
Oh, jeez.
Stop the game for you. Half the game. We worry about the cat.
They will do some climbing, and they do not care where they're going until, things don't go so well.
Yeah, absolutely. James, here's your kitty cat. It's just, it's as big as us.
Oh, heck no. No, thank you.
Why not, James?
Logan is enough, and I can hold her in my hands, and she's still enough. I can't. No. Nope, not happening.
That's a big Maine Coon. That is a big Maine Coon. I think I've shared this video before, but it's still cute as hell. This cat thought the flowers were her. Yeah, he's pissed. She is pissed. Oh, no, get away. It's mine. It's like them boyfriend videos, whatever. The cat. Those are mine. Or get deducted. And I thought this was kind of cool. Little cat playing with a. It didn't say AI, so. Little calico kitty.
No, I can see a cat doing that. If they can
find
something to play with, they'll play with it.
This one's funny. There's a seal. He just play with him. Jump back out of the water. Okay, y'all back out. Them kids like, nope, not today, buddy. And the seal was just, hey, I'm having fun.
Your trickster spirit energy there, right? They're like, oh shit. That thing's like, wee.
They're like sea doggies, they're look at this little bitty little weasel, baby weasel. That bounces in. That's how shallow it is every morning.
What the hell?
That's how shallow it is every morning. Run across me, want me to wake up. Speaking of climbing the things and doing whatever the hell the cat wants to do. Got a bucket truck to save the kitty. Cat's looking like, what are you doing? Did you see it? You over here messing with me.
Of course.
They probably called somebody out. They had to come out there. They spent thousands of dollars to come save this cat, and he's like, whatever.
I got up here, bro. Duh.
This is kind of cool. This crab's like, not taking my woman. There'd be a confused crab like, you just tried to steal us. Now you're over here feeding us. What in the hell is going on here? I gotta put a little sound because this dog is funny. This dog is talking to everybody. I need to get one of them bands that what he said. Might not want to know what he's saying. Oh, somebody paying attention. Crazy sound dog over her mind. Absolutely crazy sound dog I heard. This is pretty sweet.
Cute that dog is.
Oh yeah, it's a Goldie. Goldies are great.
Like the universal energy. Like, let's just chill. Let's just be happy together.
The keys calming down slowly. The energy Goldie, tame the wild kitty. Power of love and patience. Here's what everybody needs, right?
They don't have jobs or worries or cares. Raccoon. Raccoon.
Here's another dog video, Mike.
Hey, Justice.
He's like, I'm going to do what I want to do.
That was an intense fall.
Like how you fell backwards. Just
I know. Tough day. Yeah. I know. You want to talk about it? No. Don't really want to talk about it. Poor baby.
here's you.
Keep bleeding like
Well, everybody needs a baby otter. Need an otter, James? All right, this is not a kind of feel good video, but especially for the generations on this panel, how many of these sounds do y'all remember? And in the chat, tell me how many of these sounds y'all remember.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
And that's one to grow on.
The new #1 song in America by the Australian band In Excess. Need You Tonight.
You will know it is time to turn the page when you hear the Christmas chimes ring like this.
Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! Sunny day, sleeping out. Or rewrite history. DuckTales new. Yahoo! I'm looking for double bucks.
Spell level A.
Sit, Ubu, sit. Good dog.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Butterfly in the sky.
Did everybody get all of them?
Nope, there we go. Yeah, except for the weird Santa book thing.
I think I even got that one. I think I remember that one even too.
I didn't have one of those.
Look at this kitty. Here, serval cat mixed with a Maine Coon. Look at that, James. Get the ears. Basically got a mini bobcat with a tail.
Yeah, fine. It'd be fine. Everything's fine. Till it bites you, and then it's not so fine. But eventually, it'll be fine again.
Yeah. That's right. It's music. I don't know what. I like this. Mom's like, all right, you deal with them. I'm over here chilling. All right. I'm gonna play one more video. It might get knocked in the head, but I hope not. This is great though. If y'all hadn't seen the clips yet, and a lot of people know I'm a big pro wrestling fan from the back in the day, and this is good.
I mean, we could easily do Hogan and Macho doing Andy Rooney quotes. Yeah.
My gosh.
Everyone wants to live on top of a mountain. Yeah. But all the happiness and growth, it occurs while you're climbing it. Yeah. Tell them, Hulkster.
Well, let me tell you something, dude. It's paradoxical, brother, that the idea of living a long life appeals to everyone, but the idea of getting old doesn't appeal to anyone, dude.
And if you smile, if you smile when you're alone, then you really mean it. Yeah, dig it.
That you got that right, Macho. It's best to give advice in only two circumstances, dude. When it's requested and when it's a life-threatening situation, brother.
I've loved the opportunities. I'll never lost. Someone will take the ones you miss.
Well, the federal government has sponsored research that has produced a tomato that is perfect in every respect, except that you can't fucking eat it. We should make every effort to make sure that this disease, often referred to as progress, doesn't fucking spread.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Everyone knows that the best classroom in the world is at the feet of the elderly person. Yeah. Respect your elders.
How about Arnold?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, did you ever hear one of these corny positive messages and it's someone's answering machine? Hi, it's a great day and I'm out enjoying it right now. I hope you are too. The thought for the day is to share the love. Beep. Yeah. This is a VD clinic.
Yeah. They go.
Speaking of something positive, your test is back. Stop shedding the love.
Yeah. They're like, Rodney, we understand that the character makes fun of itself. Could you be positive? He goes, hey, I'm going to tell you something I always learn. Always keep your words soft and sweet, just in case you have to eat them. Hey, and if I got it, I got a diet of words. Yeah, my diet's all words.
My wife uses fabric softener. I never know what that stuff is for, you know. Then I noticed women coming up to me, sniffing, then saying under their breath, married, and they walk away. Fabric softener is how wives mark their territory. We can take off the ring, but it's hard to get the April fresh scent out of your clothes.
Oh my God! You thank God bless R.I.P. Andy Rooney.
Oh, he had some bangers. He could have written.
Not rest in peace, Charles Manson.
No,
I love it. Those two together, just doing, is insane. They were doing Macho Man and Charles Manson quotes, was pretty crazy too, but as all good things, some things must come to the end. We'll put us at right here at 4 hours, so that's that's not too bad.
No, that's amazing.
You want to go for 5.5, James?
Oh, I mean, if we're going to do it, we got to go for 6 at least. You know what I mean? No, I'm good. Thank you, though.
I gotta go, guys. I gotta go.
I gotta get up and go to work tomorrow too. I'm doing a little some more side work. So, no, I appreciate everybody being here, and I know it's 12:30 at night, and everybody's still. What we got? We still got 12 watching. That's awesome. And chat. I can't wait to look at the stats on the chats, because chats is. I can keep up with the chat on Riverside, and I'll leave it closed for a while. Next thing you know, it's got 130 or something. I click on it and click off of it, whatever. But so the chat numbers ought to be the absolute best ever, guaranteed tonight. I'm curious what's going to be at. But man, I appreciate you, James and Mike and Algo. I appreciate y'all being here, and everybody else, Indy and Ashley and Jess. It was awesome to get Jess on here. I got to talk to her in person forever. Of course, Jamie. Let's see. I think
I was waiting for the Jamie to go, Ricky Pike, like he always does. I was waiting for the Ricky Pike. He didn't do it. I'll have to do it. Ricky Pike. Great show tonight. Appreciate you, brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Appreciate y'all. I was hoping Dave would be here. Samuel Clemens was supposed to be here. I don't know what happened. Something must have come up.
We'll get him later.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Prayers in case. We'll get him later.
Just in case. Yeah, because I said to him, I was like, "You were good." And he's like, "He hooed at me." He did the Ric Flair hoo at me. I was like, "Okay, cool." And I'm like, and then he didn't show. So I don't know what happened. Hopefully everything's good with brother Samuel. But yeah, I appreciate everybody. Make sure y'all look at the links in the description here. And also I got everybody's and then some channels that came up on the YouTube side. The YouTube channels, I got them on. Some of them I might be missing some. I don't know. And then on the Rumble chat, actually had all the the shows on Rumble was in there, plus all the links and all kinds of fun stuff. So y'all check out that and come back Sunday. We might have a special guest, maybe. We'll see. Who knows? Anything's possible.
Sounds good.
I know next Wednesday we'll have Derek will be here, so that will be a stupendous show, guaranteed. Me and James might just sit back and listen while he goes. So it'd be cool. So, like I said, who knows where it's going to go? I really don't know. He asked me, what do you want to talk about? I was like, I don't care. Whatever. We'll figure it out as we go. That's like tonight. It's like I put stuff in the titles, but well, we talked about a little bit of everything. So, but much love, y'all. Appreciate y'all, and make sure, like I said, make sure you subscribe and like and subscribe to all our friends, and let's keep this ship sailing and bring all our friends along with us, man. Let me hit our favorite outro, and if I can still do this, and y'all be good.
Shackles, don't want no shackles on me. Don't want no shackles, don't want no shackles on me. I sit down with Big Brother, don't like those RFIDs. Got the blues about my freedom. Got the blues about tyranny. I got the blues about my freedom. Got the blues about tyranny. I sat down with Big Brother and the national ID. Don't want a chip in my wallet, chip in my car. And if I want to travel, it's nobody's business how far. Don't want no shackles. Don't want no shackles on me. I said shame on Big Brother, always tracking and tracing me. Don't want a chip in my mother, chip in my wife. a chip in my babies. Stay out of our life, don't want no shackles. Don't want no shackles on me. I say down with Big Brother, no more slavery. Play it for me, baby. Now, do you want a chip in your forehead, a chip in your arm, always tweaking your brain and causing you harm? Don't want no shackles, don't want no shackles on me. I sit down with Big Brother in the good old USA. I sat down with Big Brother, down with Big Brother, down with Big Brother, down with Big Brother, down with Big Brother. Don't want a spy chip in me. Everybody, I sat down with Big Brother, down with Big Brother, down with Big Brother, down with Big Brother, down with Big Brother. It's all about liberty.